贵宾、各位朋友和远道的来的朋友们，我知道你们在路上非常辛苦，在这个世界风云变幻的时候，感谢各位远道而来参加今天由欧洲之声和民主中国阵线所举办的这个柏林会议。我也欢迎在网上参加我们在网上好，也欢迎在网络上参加我们的这个朋友们。Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, it's a great honor for me to have you as speakers and observers and participants to this conference. And as respected speakers and advocates and participants to this conference, I welcome you warmly. Well, at the moment, as you know, our world is in danger. Our world has really trouble. And the Ukraine war threatens to escalate to a nuclear world war. And the energy and food and climate crisis also affects all the continents. We know that we don't only have a madman in Europe, but we have another unpredictable and ambitious person in China. And as you know, in 2 weeks, there will be the 20th Congress of the Chinese Communist Party in Beijing. And that person will grab the absolute power in unlimited time. And in China, a country with 1.4 billion population. Well, this horrific scenery in Ukraine also happened in Taiwan Strait and in Asia. We hope not. The invited scholars, politicians, and human rights activists will give us their expertise today in different panels, and they will give us, and they will talk about these really urgent, important issues. So I believe all of us are very eager to hear their speeches. But first, please allow me to give the floor to our special guests. Our first speaker is Mr. Markus Faber. Dr. Markus Faber, he is an FDP politician and member of Bundestag. You have the floor, please.
Thank you very much, and thanks for being here today and inviting me to this conference. My name is Markus Faber. I'm a member of the German Bundestag at the Defense Committee, but today I'm here as the president of the German Taiwanese Society, which is quite an old one. It was founded in 1957 and has around 500 members in Germany, members of the German population, but also of the German Bundestag from all parties. So I'm a liberal, but we also have colleagues from the Conservative Party, from the Social Democrats. So everybody, as you can imagine. The German Taiwanese Society obviously is supporting the relationship between Germany and Taiwan. So that's why I'm very happy that Ambassador Xi is with us today, as we are working closely together to support the development of Taiwan. And obviously, for the future of Taiwan, China is the biggest threat right now, because China is not democratic. China is a dictatorship right now, because we have this communist party that is threatening the future of the countries around us, especially Taiwan, every day. So the democratization of China is obviously a main goal for Taiwan as well, as Taiwan has a democratic history for centuries now. and can be a role model for China. I guess that's also why Taiwan is threatening China, the Communist Party in China, so much. So China has done a very good job in losing all credibility around the world during the last 20 years, basically. So the global opinion 20 years ago was about China was one of hope, and now it's more one about fear. It's about the people, the democratic societies all over the world are decoupling from China because they feel threatened. Also about the military issues in the region, but then also when it comes to economic behavior around the world. And we as the obviously the German democratic society and as the German Taiwanese society are supporting the minorities in China, but also the relationship between China and Taiwan. Taiwan was also for the first time mentioned in the coalition agreement of the current German government, and the Liberals obviously are a part of this coalition. So the peaceful development in the Taiwan Strait and the peaceful development of China are part of the coalition agreement, as well as including Taiwan in international organizations such as the World Health Organization, for instance. I think we all need to understand the current situation we are in. If it comes to the Russian-Ukraine war you just mentioned, and the situation by now, and the development by now, will also define the development in Southeast Asia. Because what we do now when it comes to Ukraine is also a guideline for China how things could develop if they act in military terms against Taiwan. So it is very important that the democratic countries in the world, and also Germany, is supporting Ukraine, because it is setting a role model for China not to attack Taiwan, and this is very important. And so we have to do our homework here in Europe. So it probably won't be necessary in other parts of the world. Yes, I think we have to, what we can do here, and I hope, wish you all the best for your conference, is to build a network between such organizations as yours and the German Taiwanese Society to defend Taiwan and to strengthen the development of democracies all over the world. And I would be very happy if we can do this today. As I'm a politician, a member of the Bundestag, and we have a parliamentary seating today, I'm very unfortunate I have to leave you quite soon, but hopefully we can continue this on another day. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Speaker is Mr. Professor Dr. Xie Zhiwei. He is the ambassador of Taiwan in Germany. Please. 对不起，谁还没有拿到这个wer diese Mappe noch nicht bekommen hat, bitte holt doch eure Mappe und auch dieses Schild. Ja.
Good morning, everybody. 各位大家早。Good morning, dear Dr. Markus Faber, Tianqi, and all friends here in this room and from all over the world. As the representative ambassador of Taiwan, I'm very much honored and delighted to be here to make this short, it's not a speech, but a greeting to all of you. And it is a great pleasure for me to see that an old colleague of our Ministry of Foreign Affairs and her husband, here, Mark and Tang Xiaolei here. I have to say that Tang Xiaolei was one of the most supportive persons supporting the movement of democratization for China, for Hong Kong, for Uyghur, for Tibet, and of course, for Taiwan. I want to say she's now retired, but she's never tired. I want to thank you for your contribution. Really, I really appreciate what you have done together with me. And I'm not going to make a long speech. I just want to say every time when I have the chance to say some words to all the friends from the world, not only to the Taiwanese, but also to all the friends who have been suffered under the separation of the Chinese Communist regime. I used to say, we have to stand together because united we stand, and divided we fall. And even when we are divided and we fall in love with what we are trying to achieve, and that's freedom and democracy. And we can only do that together. Because if the bad guys, if they want to do something bad, in English they say it takes two to tango. But if democracy want to work together, it takes five to bingo. So we cannot afford being separated. We have to stick to each other, and hand in hand, shoulder on shoulder. I think, and I'm sure, especially after the outbreak of the invasion war of the Russian against Ukraine, I'm sure, I know that we'll make it. We'll make it. And that means all the efforts we have done for this day, for the day when Hong Kongese people, Taiwanese people, German and Uyghur and Mongolian, South Mongolian and Tibetan, the day will come. I know the day will come when we said we have won the war against the evil, the Chinese Communist Party. I'm sorry that I have to go to because I'm living for Germany, for Berlin today, and tomorrow I'm going to accompany a delegation from Bundestag to Taiwan. It's also an evidence that people from the democracy lovers for the strike, fighter for the democracy and freedom, we stick together, and that's solidarity. Solidarity means soul, and that means one. And one means that never be divided. We work together. Thank you very much.
Dr. Xie Zhiwei, you may leave if you want. I know you have very tight schedule.
I'm sorry. So, 祝各位身体健康，万事如意，加油，加油，谢谢。
So our next speaker will be 我们下一位发言的人是在网上。Our next speaker will be 次仁拉姆。She is a parliament member of the Central Tibetan Administration. She is based, of course, in Dharamsala, and we will see her in Zoom.
Hello, 听得到吗？
听得到，请发言。
听得到。
扎西德勒，早上好，听得到。好，谢谢主办单位邀请我今天参加自由民主人权的研讨会，我很高兴能够参加这个会议。首先呢，我感谢廖老师还有潘先生一直以来关注和支持西藏问题，所以非常感谢。还有与会的很多老朋友，大家长期以来一直都很关心和支持西藏的问题。今天我就大概的跟大家介绍一下过去几个月以来西藏境内的一些人权的状况。今年5月呢，在所谓的西藏自治区，中国当局强行要求各地的出家人，也就是和尚和那个尼姑，召集参加再教育的一个训练班，学习就是所谓的3个意识，也就是民族意识和公民意识以及法治意识。很显然，民族意识就是支持中国在西藏的统治，谴责他们说所谓的分裂主义。公民和法治意识呢，就是要他们学会毫无疑问的服从中国中央以及习近平。与此同时，当局要求这些出家人谴责佛教的放生功德，以及要求他们谴责制止藏历4月份的萨嘎达瓦节的一些佛事活动。这完全是对一个宗教信仰制度的践踏。还有就是今年7月2号，西藏著名的政治犯吉贝坚措法师，因为2次的复习期间多次遭到了残酷的虐待，然后导致他体内重伤，经过出狱后治疗无效往生。吉贝坚措法师他出生在藏区的安多，在现在的所谓的就是甘肃的藏区拉卜楞寺院出家。他因为之前前往印度拜见达赖喇嘛尊者，然后也指控他发起了2008年拉卜楞寺院的抗议活动， 多次呢被中国当局关押拘留，然后判刑。关押期间呢，他遭受到了惨无人道的严刑逼供，致使他出狱后没有多久就往生了。如此，在中国的监狱中遭遇无情的、残酷的、严刑逼供的案件，在西藏有很多。因为现在在短时间内，我没有办法一一的给你们具体说明，所以西藏的一个政治犯也在监狱中所面临的一个处境，是一个非常的悲惨的一个局面。8月12日，中国警察在西藏的首都拉萨逮捕了一位持有达赖喇嘛尊者法像的年轻的藏人，指控他与境外的分裂分子有勾结。这个藏人他的名字叫甘玛三珠，他是来自西藏的拉曲。他仅仅是因为佩戴达赖喇嘛尊者法像的一个护身符，以及在他的车里供放了达赖喇嘛尊者的法像，所以便遭到了中国当局的一个逮捕。同样在今年7月份，一位名字叫于正的一个西藏的年轻的女子，她是因为在家中供放了达赖喇嘛尊者的法像，而遭到中国当局公安局的带走，至今下落不明。她的家人到现在也不知道她关押在哪里，而且她的处境是如何都不知道。8月24日，西藏东部，就是西藏现在所谓的四川藏区的甘孜州蛇达县，蛇达县可国乡吉日洼村的一个5名藏人，因为在他们自己的家里举办了一个宗教衣柜，被中国军方抓捕，其中有一个被中国军方打死。他们4个人呢，其他4个人现在还关押在甘孜县的监狱里面。这5个藏人，他们的名字分别就是须达、格罗、赤多、巴木、国立。我今天要提到他们的名字，原因是大家也清楚，中国境内的情况，人权的情况大家都清楚。我现在因为特别提到他们的原因是什么呢？因为他们仅仅在他们自己的村子里，在自己的家里，简单的举办了一个宗教的一个仪轨，然后把他们逮捕。这就是中国在西藏现在所面临的一个人权的状况。9月26日，为英国的自由西藏组织发布的消息说，8月4日，在西藏东部安多藏区红岩县梅洼乡的一个藏人老师，在警方逮捕后至今都是下落不明。他的罪名是因为他在社交媒体上发布了关于拉萨封城的消息，就仅仅是因为发布了一条讯息，然后拘捕了，至今下落不明。如此，因所谓的因言获作，或者是持有达赖喇嘛尊者的照片，或者是举办宗教的活动等等，遭到关押、抓捕之后下落不明的情况，在西藏几乎是天天都在发生，不计其数。但是有几个人在关注他们，为他们发声呢？以上几个只是最近几个月在西藏发生的见到人权的情况。
谢谢你，郑呢，我谢谢你。我想你的时间差不多到了，非常感谢你告诉我们这些具体的例子，而且现在目前正在发生的事情。谢谢你，
好，谢谢。
感谢你参加我们的这一次的会议，好吗？谢谢你啊。
好，谢谢。
Thank you so much. I'm sorry I have to interrupt her because our time is limited, actually 3 minutes for each speaker. And she has told us several concrete situations of tortured Lama and persons who is tortured to death because of their protest or because they are practicing their rights as a citizen. So our next speaker, I'm really sorry, Namu. But our next speaker will be Mr. Emre San. He is the chairman of the Untitled Institute. You have the floor, please.
Thank you, dear Tianqi, and thank you for inviting me for this important conference. And it is an honor for me to address such a distinguished audience. The CCP is waging war on religion and free thought. They are waging war on freedom and democracy by keeping the countries pacified with business deals. The irony is that the world have been even rewarding Beijing with letting it to host important international events like the 2022 Winter Olympics. While Beijing extends its reach across the globe, we are also complicit. The international community continues to benefit from the CCP's genocidal crimes. China has created a modern-day slavery with Uyghurs. I wonder how we will explain ourselves, how we will explain to future generations that we allowed the Uyghur people to face total annihilation. Will we tell them that it was imperative that companies and governments be allowed to profit from the exploitation of Uyghur slaves? As we wait to act, the power of the CCP grows. Already, their influence stretches across their borders to silence companies and individuals who attempt to speak out. Our rights as free-speaking democratic citizens are under threat globally. China is buying the compliance of the business world, mainstream media, the UN, and so on. The conscience of humanity is at test today, and the world is failing. The Belt and Road Initiative, President Xi's signature project for the world dominion, is part of this plan. The Uyghurs are presently treated as collateral damage to this project, but it reaches much further than that. It is a target system of investment that aims to place nations in debt and make them beholden to Beijing. We must remember the Uyghur struggle and the fight to stop genocide represents. It is a fight to ensure the freedom and democracy that the whole world deserves. The future of the world and humanity are hanging in the balance as nations seek to confront this global threat. A regime which would carry out active genocide in this matter is a menace to us all. The dragon is a real danger to the humanity. We must stand together. I wish and hope that this conference would contribute positively for a more stable and peaceful world, for the promotion of a global democratic alliance, to effectively fight back the Chinese expansionism and its attempt for world dominion. Thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Mr. Pamseld 谢海明先生，他是南蒙古达布拉尔主席，内蒙人民党的主席。
谢谢会议对我的邀请，大家早上好。今天我们参加这个会议，这个时间点上啊是非常重要的事情。一个呢是举世关注的乌克兰反抗俄罗斯侵略的战争正在激烈的进行着。第二个呢，中共是磨刀霍霍，每天在拿着这个在威胁台湾，所以也举世关注的另一个题目就是台海这个战争或者是这个要发生这个问题了。所以呢，这个时候呢，我们呢，当然我们的态度是明朗，支持这个反抗侵略，谴责侵略者。另外呢，支持中共，中国的这种大国霸权主义，对周围的邻国的威胁， 所以呢，我们是永远不会这个什么。另外一个呢，我觉得我们做一个人呢，都讲点实在话。我们在座的参加会议的，或者我们搞一些活动的人，哪个没有得到过台湾的支持？以这样或者那样的形式，台湾一直在关注海外的各个民族的民主运动，他给过我们各种各样的支持，这个我们不能忘记，不能当白眼狼。所以呢，我觉得这个我们要表示感谢。第二个呢，现在大家都在把乌克兰跟这个台湾对比，我想对比一个台湾的工作人员，政府的，他每次见人都是很友善的、很友好、很礼貌的。这个乌克兰总统呢，德国总统要去乌克兰，完了他说你别来，欢迎。这是德国总统对外他是代表德国国家，这是对德国国家的或者人民的一种不用，没礼貌最少是。还有一个呢，他们那个德国的乌克兰的大使在德国议会发言，完全是一种这个极端的种族主义，他在用德国人的智商。还有呢，就是说他们跟人要东西时候希望得到支持，世界第2号军事强国在侵略他需要得到全世界的支持，这个我们都理解，我们也都清楚。但是他跟人老是一种好像谁欠了他的啊，给我这个给我那，那还闹外交干啥呀？干脆你闹个乌克兰司令部算了呗。所以我为啥呢？对比的说啊，因为现在当然乌克兰战争还有一个，我觉得有一个意想不到的结果呢。乌克兰这个俄罗斯现在乌克兰的这个泥潭中，这他们不是像他想的那样，那个尽快这个结束战争。所以呢，我觉得这个习近平也好，中国也好，他会从这个得到一种什么打台湾，不是他想象的那么容易。所以当然我们对中国不应该抱任何希望。正像前几天那个中央情报局副局长说，27年，27年这个。习近平对内部这个发指示说，27年要这个打这个台湾战争做好准备。所以呢，共产党这个什么呀，就是它是不会变的，中国的侵略性是不会变的，天下大同也好，或者是大统一也好。但是呢，我们呢是反抗中国的侵略，或者占领，这个斗争不会停止。只要我们有一口气，我们呢就会奋斗下去。当然与大家一起，谢谢。
Thank you very much. 非常感谢 for your very emotional and really good speech. Thank you. I think our first panel is closed now. Yeah.
说一下那个蔡也和你的陈建有些是的。
Okay. And I'm really very happy that several authors for Sino-Euro Voices, for instance, Chen Wei-jian in New Zealand, in Auckland, and Cai Youmei in Hong Kong, and several others. They are and Mr. Gao Jian. Chen Wei-jian. Yes, I mentioned him. Yes, and they all join us in Zoom, so I'm really happy and welcome you very, very warmly. Thank you very much. 非常感谢你们来参加我的这个会议，看到你们就好像你们在现场一样，是吗？感谢你们啊，谢谢。Okay, our next session will begin now, right now. Mr. Kai Miller from International Campaign for Tibet will moderate this session. 他来帮我来换这些东西。
Yes, since I'm on Taiwan as well, yes. Okay, and the order for speaking is.
It's according to, yeah, so if we say.
Right. Oh, hi. So, yeah. Yeah, I like that.
So I guess we are all set. Hello, good morning, everybody. My name is Kai Müller. I'm the Executive Director of the International Campaign for Tibet in Germany. And I'm going to lead you through this panel. I'm going to moderate actually on this very day, which has already been mentioned. That's quite worrisome actually in international politics. As you all know, President Putin is going to announce the annexation of some Ukraine territories, which is indeed really quite a step or worrisome development for international peace. In this context, I mean, has been touched upon already. We're going to speak about Taiwan predominantly, but there are also going to be some other issues interconnected, I guess, such as situation in Hong Kong and also the China, or if I just said Taiwan expertise actually existed or non-existed here in Germany. And I would like to introduce the speakers consecutively, also to save a little time. Hope that's okay. And I would also like to stress that I've been instructed to be very strict on time, so 10 minutes for everybody. So if you could keep yourselves concise, I'm very certain that's going to be the case. But please recall and remember the time limit. So I would like to start with Jürgen Karl, right here to my right. Jürgen is a NZZ journalist from Düsseldorf, and he's been, I think, extremely knowledgeable and experienced in terms of situation in Taiwan. And Jürgen Karl is going to give us an input on why Taiwan matters for Europe. Please, Jürgen.
Good morning, 你们好。首先，我要感谢主办人的邀请我很高兴有机会来此参与。今天见到了那么多许多老面孔和朋友，很棒。Why Taiwan matters to Europe is a topic I have been asked to discuss with you. But rather than elaborating on what most of you already know, I'd like to update my input a bit and put the focus on the question whether the EU is up to the challenge posed by the recent and most aggressive Chinese show of military force around Taiwan that followed the visit of Nancy Pelosi. My answer in brief, rhetorically, yes, but definitely not in substance. By substance, I mean how and to what extent the pledged solidarity with the island republic will translate into action. That Taiwan matters to Europe is an undisputed fact. In terms of values, as one of the most vibrant and stable democracies in Asia, and by the way, with a very vivid and active civil society. In business, the island is an important economic partner for the EU, proved by the volume of trade and the large amount of foreign direct investment by European companies. And on top of it, by the fact that Taiwan is now not only an indispensable supplier of chips, but its leading companies like TSMC also are hotly sought after partners for research and development. And finally, this is the third point, the Europeans, albeit somewhat late, have become aware of the pivotal role that the island republic that is sitting in the middle of the first island chain in the Western Pacific is playing for the security in the Indo-Pacific region, vis-a-vis a progressively assertive China striving for dominance in the region, including the control of vital sea lanes. So based on that, combined with China's escalating threats against the de facto independent island, a new perception in the regional and global context has evolved in Europe. The resulting attempt to translate this into an upgraded policy towards Taiwan has two main drivers. Just briefly, at the bilateral level, that's the Central European member states, Czechia and Slovakia, and as a front runner further in the north, of course, Lithuania. At the multilateral level, it's a European Parliament. Just 2 weeks ago, the European Parliament, with overwhelming majority, passed its 6th or maybe even 7th resolution on Taiwan. Apart from strongly condemning the PLA's continued aggressive posturing around the island, all the resolutions that have been passed and directed to the EU Commission and the member states in recent years raised the same demands. What demands? In favor of intensifying and expanding the political dialogue, as well as the economic and technological cooperation with Taiwan, supporting the country's access to international organizations like the World Health Assembly, and negotiating a bilateral investment agreement with Taiwan. That idea, by the way, I mean, the bilateral investment agreement has been launched in 2015 already, but was never seriously followed up. So I'm not, how many minutes?
You got 5 more minutes.
Oh, good, great. I'm not downplaying the progress that has been made. It's visible, for example, in the soundly institutionalized consultations with the EU on matters of trade and economic cooperation, and in the frequency of exchanges between lawmakers at the national as well as the EU level. The ambassador just has left because tomorrow, I think, a German delegation from the German Bundestag will visit Taiwan, and later in the month, I think, the Human Rights Committee, later in October, is going to follow. So I'm not going to downplay this, but altogether, it's my opinion, the process lacks determination, is overcautious, and fragmented, and far away altogether from giving the solidarity pledge the credibility that is needed. So what should be done? First, for effectively adjusting and recalibrating the EU's Taiwan policy, a coordinated approach is needed. For that, the 27 members, EU members, by the way, 16 of the 27 have established de facto embassies in Taiwan. That's quite a number. The most recent newcomer was Lithuania. So the 27 members should take a close look to what the so-called one China policy means and what not. An unbiased check would show that many or even most of the self-imposed restrictions are not justified by obligation, but are rooted in political or rather economic opportunism vis-a-vis the PRC, the People's Republic. The only binding obligation is to recognize that there's no other government than the one in Beijing that is rightfully representing China. Let's take the case of Germany, because we are in Berlin. In 1997, the then economic minister in the federal government, Günter Rexroth, visited Taiwan without causing a big stir. It was up to date the last visit on ministerial level, and it's easy to guess why. Ask Angela Merkel. Another example, this summer the Speaker of Taiwan's National Parliament, Yo Se-kun, visited several European countries, with France, for example, among them, but not Germany. Whereas in other major Western EU countries, the ban of official contacts extend to Taiwan's Big Five. This is the president, vice president, foreign minister, defense minister, and so on. In Germany, Germany has added two more up to the Big Seven, including the Speaker of the National Parliament and the Prosecutor General. When Taiwan's Foreign Minister Joseph Wu last autumn visited Brussels for talks with EP lawmakers, he did it in a private capacity. Currently, no chance for that in Germany, even if an academic organization would invite Joseph Wu, the Foreign Minister, as a scholar, actually his profession before he went into politics. So secondly, one of the lessons the West has learned from the Russian invasion of Ukraine is that the war possibly could have been avoided by a strong and timely preventive deterrence that would have discouraged possibly Putin to invade the Ukraine. Reacting to China's show of force following Pelosi's visit in Taipei, the German Foreign Minister Annalena Baerbock has warned Beijing against escalating tensions with Taiwan by saying, quote, "We do not accept when international law is broken and a powerful neighbor attacks its smaller neighbor in violation of international law. And that, of course," she added, also applies to China, unquote. A pretty tough warning indeed, but to make it credible would mean that the EU and the US close ranks, for example, possibly within the framework of the G7, and deliver the unmistakable message to Beijing that China would have to pay a very high price for invading China. But for that, there is a pretty long way to go with success. Anything else than granted. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hugh, for your yes. Thank you very much for this overview, actually, this input on European positioning and perception on Taiwan. I think it's really critical to have an understanding. I would like to come to our next panelist, Benedict Rogers, who's a journalist, deputy chairman of the Conservative Party's Human Rights Commission, founder of Hong Kong Watch, based in London, as I understand. Benedict, thank you for being here. And we would like to know what is your how do you think does the Hong Kong experience inform our perception on Taiwan and maybe even beyond? So if you could give us an input on that thing.
Thank you very much. 我会说一点点普通话，可是非常非常不好，我忘了很多。Ich kann ein bisschen Deutsch sprechen, aber ich habe fast alles vergessen. And therefore, unfortunately, I will have to speak in English from now on. But it's a great pleasure to join you here today and to join this panel. And I want to start by making 4 very simple points. I love China, I love Hong Kong, I love Taiwan, and I love freedom. And these 4 points need not be mutually incompatible. I first went to China when I was 18 years old to spend 6 months teaching English in Qingdao, famous, of course, as a German treaty port and famous for the best beer in China. That wasn't the reason I went there, but it was a nice discovery once I was there. And I made many friends in China. I returned over the years many times. I've traveled very extensively throughout China. So the first point I want to make is that I am not anti-China. On the contrary, the reason I devote so much of my time to speaking out for human rights in China is because I am pro-China, pro the peoples of China, and I want them to be free. It's the Chinese Communist Party regime that I oppose, and that is a vital distinction. I lived in Hong Kong for the first 5 years after the handover, from 1997 to 2002. I began my working career there as a fresh graduate from university. I worked as a journalist. And when I left Hong Kong in 2002, I truly believed that although I could see some early warning signs of problems to come, nevertheless, the concept of one country, 2 systems was at that time working well. Hong Kong's freedoms and autonomy were protected. And I never imagined that 2 decades later, I would have founded an advocacy organization, Hong Kong Watch, to campaign for Hong Kong's human rights. I would never have imagined that so many of my friends in Hong Kong would either be in jail or in exile, and that I would have to be cautious about contacting those still in Hong Kong who are not in prison for fear of endangering them. Under Xi Jinping, the CCP has completely broken its promises to the people of Hong Kong. It has violated an international treaty, the Sino-British Joint Declaration, and it has dismantled one country, 2 systems. My third point, I love Taiwan. I've only visited Taiwan 3 times, and I would love to visit again at the earliest opportunity. But I will never forget arriving in Taiwan in 2019 to attend a conference on human rights and religious freedom, which was opened by the president of Taiwan. And it was wonderful to be in a Chinese-speaking culture where I was not at risk of being arrested, jailed, or deported, but instead was welcomed. I met government officials. I joined the 30th anniversary of the Tiananmen Square massacre in Taipei's Liberty Square. And it is Taiwan's vibrant, impressive democracy and its commitment to human rights that makes me passionate about the need to stand with Taiwan. Taiwan shows that it is a total lie to suggest that democracy and human rights are only so-called Western values, that Chinese or Asian people are not culturally ready for freedom. To those who perpetuate that myth, I say, look at Taiwan. I've recently finished writing a book called The China Nexus, which will be published at the end of next month, the end of October, as a surprise gift for the CCP's party congress. The book looks at China's human rights crisis across the board, all the issues that we're looking at today. And among the many people that I interviewed for the book was the Tiananmen Square activist Wu Kai-shi, who now lives in Taiwan. He said this to me, quote, "A regime that opens fire on peaceful demonstrators, that has no democracy, represses freedom of assembly, expression, and information, is the regime that is recognized as legitimate While a free, vivid, and exemplary democracy with free elections, free flow of information, freedom of assembly, and where the military is under a civilian elected government and neutral from the political process, is the one the world calls illegitimate. It is ridiculous. I agree with him. We don't necessarily have to go as far as to recognize Taiwan fully diplomatically, which may well be a provocation too far, which might precipitate the very war that we want to prevent. But I believe we should do everything possible short of full recognition to indicate that we support Taiwan, that we know Taiwan shares our values, and that Taiwan is our friend. Let me conclude with some thoughts on why I believe that one country, two systems as a model is dead. It's dead in Hong Kong, and it's therefore inconceivably irrelevant now for Taiwan. Although the erosion of Hong Kong's freedoms and autonomy was building up for some time, I think the turning point was the umbrella movement in 2014. Peaceful protests demanding what was promised to them in Hong Kong's own mini constitution, known as the Basic Law, universal suffrage. Beijing initially agreed to this on the condition that they choose the candidates. That was regarded by Hong Kong people quite rightly as a joke. As Martin Lee, the father figure of Hong Kong's democracy movement, put it, what is the difference between a rotten apple, a rotten orange, and a rotten banana? So the people rose up and protested peacefully and calmly. Students sat doing their homework in the street by day and chanting pro-democracy slogans by night. And yet they were met with tear gas and police batons. Peaceful protest leaders like Benny Tai and Joshua Wong are still in jail today. And my friend Nathan Law, who spent time in jail, is now in exile. From that point on, 2014, the deterioration in Hong Kong accelerated. Pro-democracy legislators were elected to the legislature and then disqualified. Mainland Chinese law was applied at the high-speed rail terminus. Booksellers were abducted and jailed. And in October 2017, I was rather publicly denied entry to Hong Kong on the orders of Beijing, possibly the first Westerner to experience that fate, although there's been a growing number of others who've followed me. And then there was Carrie Lam's ridiculous extradition bill, the extraordinary protests for months in 2019 against that bill, the horrific police brutality. And then another key turning point, the draconian national security law that was imposed in 2020, the expulsion of the pro-democracy camp from the legislature, the transformation of the legislature into a puppet subsidiary of the National People's Congress, the shutdown of press freedom, the jailing of Jimmy Lai, the arrest of 47 pro-democracy legislators and activists simply for holding a primary election to choose their candidates. And of course, this very week, the beginning of the trial of the 90-year-old Cardinal Zen. In March this year, I woke up in London one morning and turned on my laptop to find in my email 2 letters, one from the Hong Kong police force and one from the National Security Bureau, telling me that I personally and that Hong Kong Watch as an organization, totally based in the UK, we have no presence in Hong Kong, but that we are in violation of Hong Kong's national security law, and unless we cease our activities, I could face a prison sentence of, the first letter said between 1 year and 3 years, and the second letter said between 3 years and life. Quite a broad span there. That was the Hong Kong authorities exercising the extraterritoriality clause of the national security law. Throughout the last 4 years, I've also received numerous threatening letters at my home in London. My mother has received similar letters, and members of parliament in the British Parliament have been lobbied to tell me to stop my activities. Needless to say, that those lobbying efforts are unsuccessful. The regime in Beijing should not be allowed to get away with what it has done to Hong Kong. It has broken a treaty and it should face the consequences. And that is why I believe international action is needed. And I'm happy to explore what types of action could be taken by Germany, by the EU, by the international community in our discussion throughout the day. And I just conclude with this. One country, two systems could have worked with a decent, humane government in Beijing, one which respected human rights and human dignity and the international rules-based order and kept its promises. But under Xi Jinping, one country, two systems is a broken promise and a broken model. Last night, I went to the Brandenburg Gate here in Berlin. And as I did so, President Reagan's words echoed in my mind from his 1987 speech. He said, "This wall will fall, for it cannot withstand faith, it cannot withstand truth, the wall cannot withstand freedom." And 2 years later, the wall fell. I don't seek the fall of the Great Wall of China, but I do desire the collapse of the Great Firewall of China and the rise of an open, free, democratic China and the protection of Hong Kong and Taiwan and the restoration of Hong Kong's freedoms and the defense of Taiwan's democracy. And we should all stand together. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Benedict Rogers, for your really input and also for your really impressive commitment for human rights, democracy in Hong Kong. And I think we're talking about experience, we're talking about positioning on politics, on positioning of our political parties, of our governments here in Europe and beyond. And I think it's quite crucial as a basis, or rather self-evident, that there needs to be a certain degree of knowledge and education in society to inform also the discourse in society and knowledge, which then actually is a precondition to make the right choices on foreign policy or whatever policy we have. And in this context, I would like to ask Christoph Müller-Hofstede to give his input. Christoph Müller-Hofstede is a sinologist and political scientist, and Christoph is going to give us an input on China competence and what is needed actually here in Europe and perhaps also beyond. Please.
Yeah, thank you so much for inviting me to this important conference. As you know, Berlin has become a place where dissidents, not only from China, but also from many other countries, meet and organize resistance, not least the country of Ukraine. People from Ukraine are organizing their resistance to the war in the middle of Berlin, as you may know. It's important that also the voice of the Chinese critical diaspora is heard here in Berlin, especially when China is often reduced to the voice of one man called Xi Jinping. And there's another reason why it's important to gather here. The Russian war of aggression against Ukraine not only let us wake up in a different world on the morning of February 24th, as our foreign minister famously said, it also signaled the end of an era in which we all hope that not only Russia, but also China would gradually but irreversibly turn towards democracy and liberalism. Instead, China and Russia have become revisionist powers with domestic repression and nationalist expansion as a common feature. Not everyone here in Germany, I would argue, has heard or understood this wake-up call yet. Many still believe that appeasement or muddling through is still possible when confronted with the reality of aggression and war. But we are also seeing progress. Established certainties in political discourse have been shaken. New fundamental questions about the political self-image of our democracy or of democracy in general, not least regarding its resilience, have been raised and are up for debate. Ivan Krastev, a great voice from Eastern Europe, rightly speaks of the need for Western societies to move from the age of soft power to the age of resilience. And I quote, "Soft power was the West's strategy of using its attractiveness as a weapon. Resilience is the ability of liberal democratic societies to prevent others from using their vulnerability as a weapon." to make this transition from soft power and an age of hope, I would say, to an age of resilience, we definitely need to have patience, and we need to see this as a generational task. But I'm sure that we are on the right track, basically. In the following, just a few ideas on which level a new China plus Taiwan competence could be established. And I look first at the level of politics, because I think really the political framework and the political guidelines being discussed in the public sphere are really so important for being taken up in the educational sphere then. So I start first to look at the sphere of politics. And I think it's very important to state that it's undeniable that for several years now, a paradigm shift has been taking place in the public debate about China. Mistrust and criticism of China's domestic and foreign policy behavior is growing. Whether it's about the repressive measures in Xinjiang, the suppression of the opposition in Hong Kong and in China itself, or the threatening gestures towards Taiwan. And I would argue that Russia's war of aggression has much accelerated this turnaround. It's now clear that China, despite tactical distancing from Putin, is forming a united front with Russia against the liberal democracies of the West. Likewise, many in German politics have now realized that the principle of hope, also called change through trade, Wandel durch Handel, which can be traced back, by the way, to a famous article of Richard Nixon on China's integration in the world, has become obsolete as a guiding principle. Now, in the meantime, the Foreign Office is apparently working on a new China strategy, an official document which should be the guideline for German politics regarding China in the years to come, which, as the foreign minister recently said in New York, will be published next year. And by the way, she also said, and I think that's interesting, maybe to be discussed later in the panel, that the China strategy will be very much in line with strategic thinking in the US. But there's still virtually no public debate on that topic. And I would urge the Foreign Office, with its progressive, participative claim, as we all know, to organize a public debate regarding China and Taiwan as new and challenging issues for Germany's role in the world. A new China strategy could articulate Germany's interest in a peaceful solution to the Taiwan questions more clearly than before. After all, in the last progress report of the guidelines for Indo-Pacific, the so-called Indo-Pacific strategic paper, Taiwan was firstly called as a conflict zone. And the interest of the federal government in a peaceful solution in the Taiwan Strait zone, and only by mutual agreement, was clearly spelled out. Generally, the further expansion of political, economic, and cultural relations below the level of diplomatic recognition, and last but not least, the expansion of contacts with the lively and creative Taiwanese civil society should be massively promoted. Just the thought, why not establish something similar to a German Taiwanese youth office, along the lines of the existing German, French, German, Polish youth office, and I think a German Greek office is still going to be founded. I think we should not underestimate really the attractiveness of the Taiwanese civil society and the cultural sector in reaching out and forming new ties between Germany and Taiwan. In sum, it can be said that a new and intelligent China policy should commit itself more strongly than before to Taiwan. The country is proof, and I think other speakers have already said that, of the living democracy in the Chinese cultural area, and it belongs to us in many senses. But it should also be clear that this must not turn into a zero-sum game. It's also important to build up new China competence with regard to the People's Republic of China, a field which needs to clearly discuss, on the one hand, the geopolitical threats and challenges, but also needs to continue to explore the possible scope in scientific, social, and cultural contexts. Finally, let me make two more comments on the challenges for the education system. To start with a basic observation, Taiwan is still a blind spot in the German educational landscape. We should be very much aware of that, not least also in the landscape of civic or political education here in Germany. We need to really take a strategic look at the issue of knowledge and the battle of ideas and narratives regarding China and Taiwan. In the case of the Ukraine, for example, the lack of knowledge about the history of Ukraine, the history of the conflict, has led to serious misjudgments and misunderstandings in the public and in politics, and we still can witness this today if we turn on our TV and look at the infamous, sometimes infamous German talk shows on that issue. And the same is obviously true and may be true also for Taiwan and China. There's an enormous need to catch up in schools, textbooks, and also in extracurricular education. And Taiwan's soft power, which has grown over the years, can play again an important role here, be it on the economic, technological, or cultural level, but also in its dealing with minorities. A good example from academia, the project Taiwan as a Pioneer at 3 German universities funded by the Ministry of Education and Research will focus on Taiwan's role as a political and social pioneer in the coming years. The project aims at studying in depth the historical, social, political, and cultural reasons for Taiwan's role as a trailblazer. This highly innovative and interdisciplinary program should be seen as an entry point, I would argue, to a broad-based build-up of public knowledge regarding Taiwan and its contribution to the world in the 21st century. And to conclude, civic and political education in Germany needs to come back to Ivan Krastev's point at the beginning, to discuss much more intensively the resilience of our societies against new geopolitical threats and aggressions. I mean, if you look at the curricula of civic education in Germany in the past 20 years, geopolitics, threats, war, basically was not taken up in any of these seminars and well-funded programs. So we need to change that. That would be one basic point. We need new long-term and profound educational processes that take a closer look at our own vulnerabilities and our strengths much more than before. Taiwan and Ukraine offer important reference points for this, despite all the differences. For both conflicts are, to quote Timothy Snyder's great essay in the recent issue of Foreign Affairs, are about establishing principles for the 21st century. It is about policies of mass death and about the meaning of life and politics. It is about the possibility of a democratic future. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Christoph Müller-Hochstede. I think I just want to pick up on what you said. I mean, it is my very personal wish and hope and maybe self-interest that the new age of resilience would also entail a more confident foreign office. For example, discussing in an inclusive manner the China strategy, which has become somewhat of a mythical notion, if I may put it like that, something that is being mentioned here and there, but nobody really knows where it's going to. We got the framework. There are some statements by our foreign office, foreign minister, and so forth. But I'm really missing an inclusive approach that is confident of discussing really maybe what they call sensitive issues of geopolitics on Tibet, on the Uyghurs, on Hong Kong, Taiwan openly, and not be afraid to discuss it. And that would also have a positive impact on our societal discourse, I believe. And I would just continue and maybe take a step forward or a step back, talking about security and talking about expertise of or country situation and Taiwan situation specifically, Michaele, journalist and also representative of the International Society for Human Rights, very experienced on Taiwan itself for a long time already. And Michael is going to speak on Taiwan itself, security policy, and please, Michael, give us your input.
Thank you, Kaya. Please stop me after 10 minutes because I have only keywords. Yes. I had the privilege of accompanying the German Vice President of the European Parliament, Ms. Nicola Beer, on her visit to Taiwan as a journalist at the end of July, shortly before Nancy Pelosi's visit in Taipei. The Chinese didn't sail with warships and didn't send airplanes over the Taiwan Strait when we came. Also, we said nearly the same as Ms. Pelosi. They can see that the United States is much more important than the European Union. But nevertheless, Mrs. Beer had a great reception in Taiwan. And our program included meetings with President Tsai Ing-wen, the Prime Minister Su Tseng-chang, Foreign Minister Wu, the Vice President of the Parliament Tsai Ching-chang, and the Minister of the Mainland Affairs Council, Xiu Hai-zhang. Minister Xiu wrote later on Twitter, we talked about intimidation by mainland China, Taiwan's countermeasures and lessons learned from regional conflicts, and expressed hope for enhanced cooperation in the near future. This was some days before Nancy Pelosi came. Tsai Ing-wen is eager to boost Taiwan's defense capability. She had shortly before our meeting observed Taiwan's annual Huan military maneuver, which trains to defend against the Chinese invasion, for the first time herself aboard the Cheng-Gong-class frigate off the coast of northeast Taiwan. Mrs. Beer stressed, like we heard already, there must be no February 24 in Asia. And she added, it is not enough for Europe to regret after the fact. It must be on the ground early. You know what happened during the visit of Mrs. Pelosi. The problem is that Xi Jinping want to change the status quo. He changed it already because he came with sent warships over the so-called median line, but was tolerated for a long time. And as far as I know, they came already only some kilometers before the territorial waters. Hundreds of air jets violated already the so-called ADIS, Air Defense Identification Zone, every day. You can go on the website of the Defense Ministry of Taiwan. They make a daily report. That's already usual. But we have now a new situation. Some days ago, I could talk with the former Australian Prime Minister, Foreign Minister Kevin Rudd, who knows China very well, who met sometimes Xi Jinping. He speaks Mandarin and so. And he said, Xi Jinping is not a person for the status quo. He wants to change the status quo. And I was very afraid. What will happen if they go farther with their warships into territorial water? What can Taiwan do? Because there was a danger of escalation. The United States stood away with the aircraft carrier Ronald Reagan. They tried to prevent an escalation, but we didn't know what could happen. And I have to add that, unfortunately, this belongs to the truth, that Taiwan neglected its defense capabilities too. They have to change it. They want to change it now. They want to change it. I can say that the situation in Ukraine was during our talks in Taiwan always the topic, yeah, and they watch in Taiwan very closely the situation in the Ukraine, even in every military details. As far as I read, the Taiwanese were very impressed that the Ukrainians could sink the Russian warship Moskva at the Black Sea. You know, since a lot of years, there are a lot of scenarios what China could do to conquer or to blackmail Taiwan. There are different possibilities. The Chinese would have the moment of surprise. We don't know when they attack. Maybe there's only a short warning time for rockets. It's only some minutes. But another thing to try to conquer an island and to conquer really landing operations and such things. But sometimes we can read in German newspapers that this would be very difficult because there are a lot of mountains and so, but this is not how it's true. It's only, these mountains are only more in the north of Hualien, perhaps, of this side. There are a lot of other areas Chinese landing troops could try to land, for example, in the south in Canton also. I was talking with a Taiwanese security expert. He said we identified about 12 or 14 points in Taiwan where they could try to land. Taiwanese are aware. I hope they can defend it. I mentioned, no, a little bit later if I have the time still. I want to tell some scenarios which Kevin Rudd said, because he wrote this book before, The Avoidable War, The Dangers of a Catastrophic Conflict Between the United States and Xi Jinping's China. There are a lot of chapters concerning Taiwan too. He criticized Taiwan too, that they neglected their defense capability. You know, the compulsory military service is only 4 months. This is nothing. Yeah, and they have, as far as I know, the Taiwanese have 2 submarines, 2, and 2 other one only for. It's insufficient. Yes, I have to add. The Germans have only 6 submarines. I was in the submarine squadron in my military service. We had all in our squadron, we had 12 submarines. But after 89, they thought that they have eternally peace. Yes. Okay, 3 minutes. I want to perhaps, no, 2 years, no, in 2019, I met the former defense minister from Taiwan, to Andrew Tsien Yang. He said the greatest problem for us is the lack of willingness to defend, especially in the youth. I know a lot of young Taiwanese, they put the head in the sand because there was a long time peace. They were not aware. It's really a problem. Maybe they will change now when they see what happened in Ukraine. And Xi Jinping is the same killer as Putin. It's not. He is preparing wars since a long time, and the people can see now what more means. And you see in Xinjiang, there's a genocide. Yeah, you mentioned Hong Kong because Jürgen Karl mentioned the German position. In a press conference in the Taiwanese foreign ministry, I asked Mr. Joseph Wu, which I appreciate him very much, he's a great diplomat, would you like to come to Germany if you are allowed? I said, yes, I would be happy, but it must be an agreement with the German government. And as we heard already correctly, I think it's not bearable that Mr. Wu can travel to Brussels, to Prague, to Slovakia, but not to Germany. We should change it because we must appreciate and support Taiwan much more. And I think when Mr. Wu could make a lecture or a participant of a discussion in Germany. I don't speak about any negotiation with the German government, no, but that he can get invited to any town in Germany, he can could bring Taiwan much more to the German people when they see these representatives. They don't see it. And we have to change this as soon as possible. And I have to say that when we came back, Mrs. Baer, she gave an interview to the German radio station, Südwestfunk, SWR. And in this interview, she said she would be happy if Mrs. Annalena Baerbock, German Foreign Minister, would invite Mr. Wu. Okay, to say the Vice President of the European Parliament. We should repeat this all the time. We can quote it, and we should make pressure in this direction. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Michaele, for your input. I think, which is a reminder that this is not all theoretical. We're talking about looking at the threat that Taiwan is experiencing, a very serious threat. And I think what you just said, I think we all should take it up that our foreign policy should be more confident with regard to Taiwan, Hong Kong, the Uyghurs, the Tibetans, and anyone who's affected by this, because they need this support. And I now like to come to our last speaker, Mr. Wang Guoshong. You are on the board of directors of the Federation for Democratic China. You come all the way from The Hague, in the Netherlands. And yeah, please, it's your concluding remarks, actually, as the last speaker. And here you go.
Okay, thank you very much. 我请廖老师稍微简单的给我翻译一下。好，谢谢。我发言很短，非常感慨，每年都会有一个新的话题热点，从这个西藏人不断的自焚开始说起，后来又这个在新疆那边又有各种各样的这个迫害人权的信息不断传来，又成为一个话题，后来又是连蒙古人在学校受蒙古人的教育都受到了限制，又成为话题，话题不断的在转在变。香港，今天终于又轮到了台湾，非常感慨，好像我们的话题总是能够，中共总是不断的为我们提供新的话题。这些话题实际上本质是民主与专制的对决。经常跟家里人联系，通过微信，通过各种社交媒体联系，深深让我体会出一句叫做“烽火连三月，家书抵万金”。我也非常关心那边疫情的情况，家里人要做多少次核酸，出门情况怎么样。确实没有想到我们也轮到了这种时代，这个时局。家里人经常关心我，是不是你们那儿离乌克兰很近呢？然后最近又有核弹的威胁。昨天我们在路上堵车，堵了几个小时，然后远远的看，远方好像一个化工厂，是一个巨大的烟柱，那个形状像蘑菇云一样，一个化学的那个化工厂烟柱上，我们就半开玩笑的说，是不是柏林已经被核打击了？现在连玩笑都用这种人类末日的语言来开了，这就是我们现今所面临的这个世界局势。但是我觉得它的本质是民主与专制的对决。对于我们中国民主化，对于中国民运组织来讲，我觉着保卫一个现有的民主台湾，无论你站在哪个立场，统独是联邦还是邦联，
无论你什么政治态度，都是保卫一个已经有的民主的社会为前提，否则你的民主中国无从谈起。香港就是一个例子。那么反过来说，对于各个群族、各个民族、各个地区、各种不同政治诉求的团体、族群、地区，甚至可以说国家来说，如果我们不摆脱、不推翻一个专制的中共政府，大家永无安日，你们的目标永远实现不了。你们的目标可能比实现一个民主中国还要遥远，但是我觉得我们的共同目标就是要先建立一个民主化的中国，否则大家的目标都很远。我觉得中国民主化运动的前提是尊重各个族群、各种信仰、各地区的人的人权，这是前提。然后各种诉求的族群，他们长治久安，包括台湾、香港，长治久安的解决的最根本的问题是中国实现一个民主化，否则的话就是你即使独立了，也可能会成为香港人；你即使是个独立的国家，可能会有科威特那样的结局；你即使种族都分开，可能会有南特拉斯那样的状况。同时，今天的乌克兰又是一个非常好的例子。你有武器，有军队，是一个独立的国家，在联合国有席位。但是如果你有一个恶邻的话，大家永无安日。如果他足够强，强到以欧洲为敌的话，以世界为敌的话，如果他强到动不动就拿核武来威胁我们的话，大家整个人类永无安日。我觉得这是民主和自由的民主、自由和专制的对决。这个地球上，这个大洲上，大家谁也跑不了，大家是一样的。好，谢谢。这还有3分钟。在我们从荷兰一同来的车里边，有一个朋友的亲戚前几天刚刚被抓，所以我们与各个民族的朋友，与台湾和香港的朋友面临着同样的经历，甚至是直接面对这些更残酷的东西。然后另外一个很感慨的事情就是，在那个就是大陆军机封锁台湾海峡的那天，就是围住台湾那天，正好我从家里走路去车站，然后在路上遇到一个亚洲小伙，东张西望的，他因为就我一个人过去，他找我问路，然后他用英语问我，我说对不起，我的英语不足以回答你这问题，但是我知道你要去车站。他说对，我说我也去车站，然后我问他是不是中国人，他说从台湾来 ，OK， 然后我们就聊，大概一同走了5、6分钟。但是我觉得，哎呀，真是有一种说不出的感觉。因为我问他是来旅游还是怎么样，他说是来旅游的。他说这我手机有故障，所以我不得不问一下路。那么我说这个今天台湾被封锁，你知道？他说我知道，我跟家里联系了，好像那边这个没有这么紧张的感觉。但是他说他从媒体上看，那个感觉非常紧张。然后我们的话题当时就显得非常尴尬。我就不知道如果他碰上一个坚决这个持统一观点的人的话，那个场面会是怎么样？ 一般情况的对话，比方说他是个黑人或者是个白人，心里会有足够的准备。但是呢，我跟他呢，心里没有足够的准备去面对这个话题，然后就是双方都显得非常尴尬。这是一个个人感慨。好，谢谢大家。
Yeah, thank you very much for your input, Wang Ruxing. I'm looking at the time now. It's past 10:30. So in order to be in compliance with our plan, I would like to close this session. And if you've got questions to the panelists, please, I think they're very happy to respond to your questions during the coffee break, which now is until 11 o'clock, I'm told. So let's meet at the coffee, and thank you very much, everybody here on the panel, for a meaningful and really instructive inputs. Thank you very much.
Yeah, sure. Favorable day. Yes. Yeah.
Back to our next panel discussion session. Before I really get started, I was told, Mr. Rogers, you would like to say a few words. Would you like to take the microphone? Please, go ahead.
Thank you so much. Don't worry, I'm not going to give another speech. I have brought with me copies of 2 reports by Hong Kong Watch, one on press freedom in Hong Kong and the other on the issue of ethical investments in pension funds in China. So they're free, they're on the table there. I don't want to take them back to London, so I just wanted to let you know that they're available. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rogers.
From you? It's your on the table? No.
So we seem to have some notes left on the table, possibly from a speaker from the previous panel discussion. No? I'll leave it here for now, waiting for the rightful owners to come. So great. Thanks for everybody for coming. My name is Amy Su, and I represent the Hong Kong in Deutschland Association. I will be the moderator for the session right now. Before I get started, I just wanted to point out that we have a small change in the printed program. So unfortunately, 2 speakers cannot be with us today. Dr. Wang Weilo, here listed as speaker number 2, and Mr. Chang Ping, listed here as speaker number 4. They are unfortunately not with us here today, but we do have an extra speaker, Ms. Zhong Lei from Falun Gong. She's gonna be joining us. Would you like to come forward? You can sit with us already. We'll be very happy. Good. So we would like to continue the focus of the previous session, namely about Taiwan. So in the previous session, there was much discussion about how Taiwan is under threat. There's a lot of military activities and so on. And for this coming session, for the next hour, we would like to focus a bit more on peace. So the topic of this session is called No War, but Peace in Taiwan Strait. And our speakers will, of course, let us know what their thoughts are and what would be the outlook for having peace in the Taiwan Strait. In the interest of time, and we also otherwise we will see your shoulder. Oh, I'm so sorry. A little bit. Thank you for the tip. That's a great tip. Thank you. That means there's still an empty chair there. Somebody can. Yeah, please join us. I'd just like to remind all the speakers once again that we have pretty tight schedule, so I will be very politely telling you that you have 1 or 3 minutes left, should the case arise. Then without further ado, I would like to introduce our first speaker, Pastor Roland Kühner. He is based in Germany, and he has been a steadfast force for Taiwan many times in many different demonstrations. So we are happy to have you here today and lovely to hear what you have to tell us about peace in Taiwan. And I believe the message of peace coming from a pastor cannot be more fitting. So please.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah. Ni hao. We stand together with Taiwan to protect universal values. What are universal values? The Declaration of Human Rights, of course. the guidance of religion like the Ten Commandments or the Sermon on the Mount? Of course. I believe that it is one supreme importance for Taiwan, but not only for Taiwan, but especially for Hong Kong, to have an eye on the young people. That is why here I would like to go into the virtue and the treasure of the young people embodied. It is a treasure to which we, the older people, are committed to. And that is why we have the duty to support the younger generations. On the 7th of April 1989, 3,000 students started to read out a list of demands concerning freedom, democracy, the freedom of speech and the human rights at the Tiananmen Square. With these young students, the impressive riot for justice in Beijing began. On the 27th of April, 1,000 students from different universities came to the Tiananmen Square. On the evening at that day, Liu Xiaobo came to Beijing from the USA. We had to support and advise the students' movement, but it took him several days to get to the square. 30 years later, in August 2019, started by students again. 1.7 million people demonstrated in Hong Kong again for democracy and human rights. For young people from Hong Kong got arrested. Nathan Law, Joshua Wong, Ivan Lam, and Agnes Scholl. Thousands of students from Hong Kong immigrated to London or to Taiwan to support the movement of democracy for their mother country, China, from there on. Young people are committed to one word, living in freedom and justice, and to the integrity of creation. That is why I'm really happy that tomorrow the Young Taiwan campaign group is going to be there at the demonstration in front of the China's embassy. Young people are guided by the older generations when they design their future. That depicts their perspectives and hopes of their personal lives. We must stay in contact with the conference of the students, because those are the meetings that lead to an alliance of peace, freedom, and democracy. Hope must be our guiding star. H for helpfulness, O for outspokenness, P for peace, and A for empathy. I would like to end here with an appeal. Despite all activism, we must remember not to forget the young people and listen to their ideas about their future. May it concern Hong Kong, may it concern Taiwan. The future is not our future for long anymore. The future belongs all young people of all nations. Let us be on their side and support them. Let us listen to the words of Liu Xiaobo. Those words he said shortly before he got arrested in 2008. They could also be the words of a young student today. He said, "Me instead, I prefer to put myself in greater danger. I would rather prefer that than to become someone who lives in a lie and denies his conventions. Therefore, we stand with the young people from Taiwan and Hong Kong and around the world to protect the universal values. That is the reason for that we want to visit Taiwan with students from our school in 2023. I hope we can do this then. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kuhn. I think this message of hope and supporting or standing with the young people, not just from Hong Kong, because I'm biased, but also from Taiwan and all young people all over the world, probably right now also in Ukraine, yes, and in Iraq, very much so. Yeah. It is our duty, I think, that we don't only support freedom and democracy in, let's say, two select regions of the world, but really, it's really for the entire world as well. Thank you very much for a motivating message.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is joining us via Zoom. Is Mr. Gao Jian already there? He is representing the Alliance of Democracy, joining us all the way from Melbourne, Australia. Maybe, oh, you're right. I'm so sorry. You were in front of me. Can you hear us?
那，我是来自澳大利亚墨尔本的高健。最近
你好。
悉尼刚刚开完会议，就是关于台湾的台海危机的问题，大家呢形成一个共识。中华民国历史上从来就不隶属于中华人民共和国，中华人民共和国从来就没有管辖过台湾，啊，所以呢，就台湾本身就是一个独立民主的一个国家。它跟中华人民共和国没有任何关系。我们坚决支持台湾政府就是讲不挑衅、不畏惧，是吧？在和世界所有的西方民主国家站在一起，为中华人民共和国的统治下的大陆的人民树立一种民主的典范，所以我是就是讲坚决支持台湾，就是不统不独，维持现状，绝对不允许单方面改变现状，尤其是维护就是世界海外的所有华人，大家一致团结起来，维护台湾的和平。我就讲这样简单的讲啊。我的发言结束了。
谢谢你，高健先生。And I would like to perhaps take this opportunity because Mr. Gao Jian didn't use so much time just to translate really briefly his message to us just now. He was saying Taiwan is an independent country, independent from China, and Taiwan is a beautiful example of democracy. And he calls for the citizens of the world to stand with them, to support Taiwan, and that was his message. Thank you very much, Mr. Gao Jian. Wow, we're even running ahead of schedule. Unbelievable. Oh, great. The next speaker I would like to introduce to you is Mr. Chen Zhonghe. He is representing the Overseas Chinese Democracy Party, and he will also talk about the peace in Taiwan and how everybody should be part of it to support and stand with it. Is he also joining us via Zoom, Tianqiu, or am I mistaken? Our next speaker, Mr. Chen Zhonghe, he's joining us via Zoom. No. There's a screen as well. It's me.
谢谢大家啊！这个特别是对这次主办方表示感谢，一个是民政，一个是欧洲之声电台，对他们的举办这个节目，我有发言的机会表示感谢。好，我的题目是：中共反人类罪必须清算。当下形势严峻，民主自由世界面临
以中俄为首的邪恶轴心国的公开挑战。自从1949年中共建立垃圾政权制度以来，中共犯了极其残酷和巨大的反人类罪行。不完整的例子包括镇压反革命分子运动1950年到1953年，土地改革1947年到1952年，第三反五反运动1951年到1952年，反右运动1957年到1959年，大跃进1958年到1960年，文化大革命1966年到1976年，严打1983年，天安门大屠杀1989年，迫害法轮功正在进行中，从1999年起一直到现在没有停止过迫害。这就是一胎化政策1979年到2015年，以及目前正在进行的世界上最大规模的活摘器官，在西藏疯狂推行的文化灭绝，在新疆的集中营推行的种族灭绝，在香港强制推行大陆的遏制，数不清的酷刑迫害、任意关押，特别是在正在推行的动态清零，是大规模以防御为借口的人权迫害，极其荒唐，是公然草菅人命的反人类罪行。凡此种种，中共对内残酷统治，血债必须清算。习近平10年执政恶迹斑斑，不仅对内残酷镇压，还恶化和台湾的关系，企图武统台湾，以中国特色的邪恶集权专制吞噬民主宪政的中华民国。台湾是自由亚洲的典范，台湾安危不仅关于亚洲的安危，台湾的安危也是2战以来世界秩序和普世价值的重要根据地。美国应该彻底抛弃对台湾的模糊战略，公开应对这个中共挑战，粉碎其建立人类命运共同体，将共产党、共产主义推向全世界的气头，捍卫普世价值，保卫人类和平。全世界民主力量团结起来，清算中共的反人类罪行。好，我的发言完了，谢谢大家。
不好意思，讲错了。So I was saying thank you to Mr. Chen again and apologies again that I was so confused. But thank you very much for your speech. If I may, I would like to also translate briefly into English for the rest of the audience as well. So Mr. Chen started by saying thank you to the organizers for this opportunity to say something to you today, and that he was bringing us through a course of the historical aspect of how the Chinese Communist Party has a proven track record of trampling upon freedom and human rights. He started with the historical events of way back in the 50s, 60s, all the way to our modern day, relatively modern day, the June 4th massacre. After that, it was the One China policy that puts Taiwan into a very bad place on the international political stage. Then, of course, there is the oppression of various minorities, including the Uyghurs in East Turkestan, Hong Kongers in Hong Kong, Tibetans, and most recently, using the pandemic as an excuse to further bring freedom into question in China. And so he is calling for that the Chinese Communist Party should be brought responsible for all these crimes against community that has been committed. And also he calls for peace in Taiwan because that is indispensable to peace in the whole world. And lastly, he argues that universal values of freedom and democracy, that is not only something for Taiwan, but something that the entire world needs and requires. So thank you very much, Mr. Chen. We have as the next speaker, Mr. Han Yongzhong. He is based in Taiwan. He's based in, oh my goodness, I'm very confused today. He's based in Köln in Germany, and he's the writer and editor of Sino Real Voices in Germany. We are eager to hear what you have to say about peace in Taiwan. Please go ahead. Thank you.
大家好，我是潘永忠。在讲话之前，我先介绍一下，我是筹备人之一，给大家鼓鼓劲。今天我们虽然在这里只有这么些人在开会，在同时全天下这里转播是2000多人在看，那里的直播线上也有几十个人、上百个人在看，然后我们的实况转播在全天下都在看，很多的华人、海外华人，所以我们的会场不是仅仅我们这里的人，我们有几千个人甚至上万的人在看我们今天的会议，你们每一个人的发言都是非常的重要。你帮我翻译一下，跟他们说一下。
好，谢谢。So upon the explicit request of Mr. Fan, I'm going to do a small translation right now. He is one of the organizers of today's event, and he would like to point out that every speech today is very important. And in fact, the audience is much wider than the few of us here in the room. Just that particular camera there, behind that camera is more than 2,000 people watching online. And of course, over Zoom, we have more audience, and from all over the world, a lot of Chinese from overseas communities. So thank you again for your participation today, and lots of people listening to you today.
OK， 很多朋友在问我，你们今年的开会怎么开法？实际上呢，我跟大家说，我们每年都开会，我们的主旨永远是自由、民主、人权。这是我们的价值观，我们始终坚持了30多年，但是每一年都有它的主题，因为有的时候维吾尔族事情出来了，新疆问题出来，我们有新疆的主题，西藏的问题出来了，我们有西藏的主题，那些都是我们的朋友。达拉萨拉我去过，也跟达赖喇嘛见过很多回，然后呢，西藏的问题我们也关注，都是朋友。然后香港的问题，我们也把香港推在第一线，香港呢也作为主题。今年是台湾问题，所以我们今年的主题就是台湾问题。我待会很快，因为我的题目太长了，是说不完的，我会简单的说几段就可以了。帮我们一下。
好。And so another short translation upon this explicit request. He, as an organizer of this event takes place every year. Throughout the years, the main topic or the main theme has always been the same, namely freedom, human rights, and democracy. However, each year we have a different focus, and the focus this year is Taiwan.
我呢说10个理由反对台海战争，是这样。最近呢，台海战争的喧嚣和宣传是非常的激烈。非常的热闹，但是我是反战案派，所以呢，我认为这种战争的难度是非常大的。有10个理由在制约着战争制造者，有10个理由。我现在只能说到哪里是哪里。第一个理由，9月21号是国际和平日，这个是人类社会往前迈进，进入现代，这是一个最基本的底线。我们反战，就像俄乌战争，不管你有什么理由。战争来解决问题，全人类反对，全世界反对。不管你再有充分的理由，这是我们不同意的。所有的反战派，基本的人民都会站在这一条线。第一个理由，第二个，我们是搞民主运动的中国人，所以呢，对我们来说，我们的初心，我们的目标是建立中国宪政民主制度。然而，经历了100年，中国的民主运动走了100年多年，但是我们今天依然看到中国依然是专制独裁的政权，所以我们是不允许一个专制独裁的政府
来颠覆、来侵略一个民主体制的台湾，这是我们坚决不答应。这是第二条理由。不管海外有多少的华人，现在有人说海外的华人有4000多万，也有人说现在最新的是6000多万。我相信很多人都是反对用武力来消灭台湾，来侵犯台湾，这是第二条理由。第三条理由，从历史的发展规律来说，中国的人熟知一个名言，一句名言叫“天下大事，分久必合，合久必分”。其实欧洲也一样。那么今天在这里来了几个荷兰的朋友，有国兴啊、中和啊，他们都是那个荷兰来的。但是我们要知道，在16世纪西班牙战争之前，不管是荷兰、比利时、那个卢森堡，都是德意志罗马帝国的北方行省。那么后来西班牙战争持续了80年，为什么？后来就荷兰觉得我们持久的战争是靠我们自己北方行省自己的力量反抗了西班牙，我们独立了，我们脱离了德意志那个罗马帝国。结果呢，没多久以后，比利时觉得我也不愿意在你的荷兰的那个治下，我也独立。卢森堡是19世纪头上就独立了。那么这说明了什么一个问题呢？实际上它就一个概念，这叫对，有一个专有的名词，国家诞生的历史范畴。什么意思呢？就是你任何一个国家，它的组建、它的诞生，它都有一个发展的沿革。你看看每一个国家都是，捷克每一个国家你去研究一下，都有它的沿革，不是说你生来就是我的或者你的，没有这种说法，都有一个。那么我们就回到台湾了，台湾的是谁造成的呢？台湾就是由国共两党1946年到1949年的战争制造的。他们结果呢，台湾的政府，当时的中国政府退到了台湾，建立了现在的一个台湾的政府，一直延续到今天。所以它70年以来，它总是一个独立的行政机构，它是一个完全有经济、有外交、有行政、有邦交，也有自己的邦交，它完全是一个主权国家。当然，所以我们不能随便的说。从这个历史的角度来说，我们不能轻易的否定这70年，所以它的历史的存在就是我想说的，也是一个理由。还有呢，就是我们大家都知道，中美建交是有3个公报，但是大家都不知道3个公报背后，实际上美国原先就定好了，不可能让中美之间台海之间统一。那我呢是翻了一个当初中国的一个军事家，他自己到美国跟美国的军事家的采访谈话，他们录的那个全部录的一个我是跳着说了啊。当初的时候呢，是一个华盛顿的一个中心问题的研究主任南希塔克，他对台海问题有一段忠告，一个强大的统一的中国，他们是不接受的。美国不管是什么，不管是和平统一也好，你的武装统一也好，他是不接受，他希望你们维持现状。那么从美国的战略、全球战略来说，这个点，台湾这个点对全球战略来说非常的重要。假如台湾的倒下，意味着整个现在的局势，全球的战略就会出现问题。那么大英帝国当年的历史可能会重演。当初的时候，大家都知道，英女王上台的时候，她的场下的很多的那个国家是很多的，现在最终14个。假如是台湾也是它的第一个点倒下的话，它可能是会产生多米诺比国。我就大概就先说这一点吧，因为我写了10点，以后我们再说，大概就这样。谢谢啊，不翻多少就多少。
Thank you very much for your speech. So Mr. Pan was talking about 10 reasons to prevent the war in Taiwan Strait, pretty much exactly the topic printed here in the program. So he was very conscious of time and was able to tell us about 4 points. And I try my best here to summarize his message here, the 4 points. The first point was that recently there was the International Day of Peace, and having peace everywhere on earth is the common goal of every people on the planet. And from this point alone, we do not want any war anywhere on the planet. That was his first point. The second point was that if you look at the democratic development in China or lack thereof, you will notice that after more than 100 years of development, China is currently still a dictatorship. And we cannot allow a dictatorship to invade by force a democratic state like Taiwan. His third point was that if you look at history, there is really no such thing as an everlasting kingdom. There is no such thing as an everlasting polity. And we have to respect Taiwan's 70 years of existence, and that they are practically their own entity, and they deserve their own process and develop their own fate, let's say, as a country. And his last and fourth point was that when China and the USA established diplomatic relations, there was actually one condition, was that there would be no unification of any kind, either by force or by peace, between China and Taiwan. And if Taiwan falls, it would start a domino effect, and that would affect the peace in the rest of the world. I hope I have correctly summarized your 4 points so far. We actually still have quite a bit of time because the other speakers can use so much time. Would you like to quickly go through the rest of your points? I'll be happy to take notes and translate as well.
你说中文说。
我的中文有一点因为我们其他的发言人都是用了很多时间，你想不想把你然后我简单对，然后我再做一点summary， 然后跟大家
好的分享一下，可以啊。
麻烦。
OK， 好。那我们从德国最近的2001年说起，德国也有一个印太行为准则。实际上，原来台湾的问题大家都没有关注，大家都由着中国在说一中的什么原则。但是你现在要改变现状，德国的政府、欧美的政府都站出来了，他们也制定了原则，他们也制定了南海的准则，也希望就不要改变现状，不要改变。关键的目的并不是一个印太准则，而是目的是背后不要改变台海之间的现状。这个实际上是反映了一个和平理性的一个态度，欧美的一个态度，欧洲的一个态度。实际上，他是侧翼的告诉中国政府不要乱来，还是按照规矩来做。这是一个，也是一个从欧洲的角度来看。还有呢，从大陆的民情来说，老百姓的角度来说，实际上中国的老百姓也不希望中国人，这是几代人的心愿，不是我们每一个人。现在尽管我们在随心所欲的说，实际上尽管向来有台湾人的说法或者大陆人的说法，但是台湾人实际上我们也知道，中国人在海内外的民主人士、民主人士都不干预中共独裁统治，反对中共的独裁统治。不仅仅是大陆的人，实际上海外不仅仅是台湾人在反对，香港人在反对，实际上大陆的人本身也是在反对中国的独裁统治，包括海外的民意，广大的人都在反对。我们坚持了30多年，所以你不能怪罪于台湾人，他在反对你，反对你。所以呢，从国籍或者地域来说，中国的百姓不愿意见到我们中国人的军队去侵占台湾，去枪杀台湾人。不管你枪杀的谁，对我们来说，他是枪口对中国的学生、中国的群众、老百姓是一样的，没有差别。所以我们不认为中国军队对台湾的侵略、对台湾的武装进攻是针对台湾的，不是，也是针对我们中国人自己。 所以我们是这么看的。还有从中国的高层长期的政策来看，实际上毛泽东时代的时候一直有我们一定要解放台湾。实际上要解放台湾，我们是从小懂事以后就知道这句口号。我们原来以为台湾生活在水深火热之中，这是中共的宣传。但是等我们长大以后，80年代我们才知道，当时80年代的时候，香港、台湾帮助中国大陆内地的建设、经济改革的时候，是台湾人和香港人走进来帮助中国站起来。现在中国站起来，我们是不能忘记台湾人，也不能忘记香港人。所以呢，中国政府到现在为止，我也没看到他们用强烈的说必须一定要武力解放台湾。我们有一个事实，不管他怎么说，我们看一个事实：中印边境去年持续了这么长时间的矛盾，他们打过仗吗？开过战吗？他们没有延续。毛泽东是在1962年，双方就开战，已经人死了，很多人打伤了，但是他们忌讳开战。所以中英都不能开战，台海会开战吗？所以他们也忌讳这个战争，因为老百姓也反对，中国的体制都反对，全世界人都在反对。这我又补充了3点，以后再有机会我们再说。谢谢啊。
谢谢潘先生。Thank you very much for your further 3 points. And here again, I try to summarize briefly his next 3 points of why we would like to prevent war in the Taiwan Strait. One point was that coming from the perspective of Germany, Germany has a policy, or at least up to very recently, has the policy of maintaining status quo, that we do not actually want to change anything with regards to policy towards Taiwan. And just from this position alone, it shows Germany as well as Europe's position that peace is preferred and we do not want change in the direction of having a war. The next point was that he was arguing, or he was showing us that from the perspective of Chinese citizens themselves, they also do not want a war. So there are many Chinese citizens, they are of one mind with us in the sense that they also want democracy in their country and that they want peace. Now, if China as a country invades Taiwan, is the equivalent of invading your own people in the sense that you're invading your own people who want peace and you're invading your own people that want democracy. So from the Chinese citizens themselves, there is no enthusiasm for war. And his final point was that one has to remember that as China was opening up and was developing financially, Taiwan, as well as Hong Kong and other places in the world, actually provide a lot of help to China, and that is not to be forgotten. And it's just it's an act of almost betrayal that, you know, after someone helped you, you're like, I'm going to invade you now, of course. So I believe you might have a few points that you still have in your speech, and I'm sure that if you are interested to know more, please feel free to ask our speaker, Mr. Pan, after this session. Thank you very much, Mr. Pan. And finally, please. Finally, we have an extra speaker that is not on your printed program here. She is beside me here, Ms. Chong Lei. She is representing Falun Gong movement here in Germany. We would be happy to hear what you have to tell us about peace in Taiwan and your thoughts about peace in Germany. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Since most of the Chinese friends here in this room, we know each other for many, many years. So I would just like to spend a few words to introduce myself in English. And afterwards, I will switch back to Chinese, since there are so many people sitting everywhere in the world looking that joining us. My name is Pia Duajo. I came to Germany in 1989 after I witnessed what happened in Beijing on the Tiananmen Square. I lived in Beijing until now, and I studied at the Peking University. So it was the first time that I realized how terrifying this regime is. And after that, I went to Germany for study. I have been practicing Falun Gong for 26 years. It's a very long time. So before before the persecution, and I am one of the founding members of the Chinese Epoch Times, the European version of the Chinese Epoch Times. We founded 2001 here in Berlin, Germany. So my profession as a reporter and editor, and I'm so happy that we could offer this platform to all the victims of the Chinese Communist Party, friends from Tibet, Uyghurs, and all other places. So yeah, I would like to share some personal view about Taiwan, the situation in Taiwan, and I would like to report to you what we are doing as Falun Gong practitioners, as a community that has been persecuted for 23 years. So may I switch back to Chinese? 好，谢谢大家因为在线听说有很多的这个华人朋友在观看我们这次的演讲嘛，所以我就用中文来讲。我叫周雷，那我们这一次的我们这一个 panel 的主题呢是这个台湾的和平。我想跟大家分享一点我对这个的认识，就是中共为什么一定要武统台湾。简单的来讲，就像台湾是中共的一面照妖镜。台湾很小，但是台湾向世界有效地证明了华人可以有民主，中国的传统文化依然有生命力，而且台湾呢是有自由的。我记得在很多年前 NDR 有一个节目叫关于世界的几十个问题，其中有一个问题就叫是Was ist Demokratie von NDR 的 Sendung。这个题目就叫什么叫民主？那非常有意思的是，那他们这一个摄制团队取得范例就是台湾，他们去了台湾，然后就在介绍采访了沃尔开西讲到了就是从大陆所逃离的留学生，他们今天是怎么样了？然后还有一个范例就是法轮功，在台湾有几十万个法轮功的学员，在和平的这个修炼，大家都有这种信仰的自由，所以。台湾的存在对中共来说是一个非常可怕的一个照妖镜，因为有台湾，所以大家才能够看到原来这不是中国文化的问题，这是这个中国共产党的问题。我自己呢，在89年的时候经历了6次，那是我第一次见到一个政权是可以多么的残酷。我出国之后呢，我修炼了法轮功，我修炼已经26年了，在这个。当时还没有开始迫害，那99年开始迫害之后，到现在23年，那我亲身经历了什么叫迫害很多的朋友呢都遭受了严酷的迫害。Sorry， OK， OK， 我经历了什么叫迫害，所以我现在非常的明白，中共真的是一个邪恶的政权。是一个杀人的机器。其实不管是你哪一个民族、哪一个群体，哪怕是汉人，其实也是一样的。这里面不光是民族问题，而是任何人，只要你不能够成为杀人机器里面的一个螺丝钉，你不能够成为他的这个辅助，那你就会成为他的对立面。那每个人都会遭受迫害，只不过是时间不一样而已。那我们现在看看中国的情况，就看到了这么多的中国老百姓都在遭受迫害。这个呢，我想我们在座的华人朋友谁都知道，在座的西人朋友也都知道，但是西方社会并不全面的知道，对吗？所以我非常期待今天下午有一个 panel 讲的就是 We are infiltrated。我觉得这个题目非常非常的好，因为我们非常的需要在西方社会呢，就是提醒大家注意这一点。它不是我们的经济合作伙伴，也不是在维护国际政治秩序当中一个可依赖的伙伴，它就是一个破坏者，是一个对人权、自由，甚至对现在的国际安全、国际的经济、政治环境的一个最大的威胁。好，那要不然先翻几句，我还有几句话，可以吗？好，那我最后呢说几句，向大家报告一下。就是作为法轮功学员的一员，我们现在在做什么？迫害开始之后呢，我们做的呢就是反迫害。反迫害 害的方式呢，就是靠讲真相。所以呢，虽说对法轮功迫害非常的残忍，大家可能没有看到过什么地方有炸弹爆炸或这样的事情，因为我们是坚持和平的原则。那讲真相呢，大家可以知道的是，现在有每一天啊，有成百上千的、几千的海外的法轮功学员，每一天都在给中国大陆打电话，给警察局、给公安打电话。这个事情已经持续了20年。我们天天打电话，就一看到有迫害的案例了，就会给他们打电话，要求他们放人，或者是打电话给他们建议他们退让。好，那这是在中国国内，在国外呢，我们也是在做，大家可能都会看到，在伦敦的使馆前24小时的这个 Candle Vigil 已经维持了到现在23年了哈。柏林这个使馆前，我们每天也有我们。就是为了要提醒大家注意，迫害还是持续。在中国大陆，可能大家听不到，媒体上也不报道，为什么？因为去报道这种事情对中共来说太丢人了。因为江泽民当时说的是3个月就要消灭法轮功，现在23年，所以他不能再报道。但是迫害存在不存在呢？它还是存在的。但是呢，即使是有这样的这个迫害，法轮功学员呢，就是在积极的向大家讲中共为什么是对国际社会、对我们所有的人民的威胁。可能有的朋友已经看到了，在1年多来吧，我们很多人也做了一个 campaign 叫 NCCP， 有这个 autocross 呀，就是车队呀，或者我们也在做很多的征签。目的是什么呢？就是告诉大家，其实真正的威胁不是 coronavirus。它对我们的生命是有威胁，但是长久的对人类的健康、生活安全的威胁，其实呢是这个中共的这个邪党。那希望大家呢能够拉开一些距离，你只要没有人去给他轰那个人气，大家都退场。他最希望的就是大家来欣赏他多么的伟大、光荣、正确，是吗？我们的活动，如果我们不去看，我们都退场，那我想他这个倒台的日子也不远了。好，谢谢大家。
So Ms. Zhou actually covered quite a few topics, and I will try my very best to summarize here. She, as the representative of Falun Gong here in Germany, gave us the perspective of peace in Taiwan from a very much a Falun Gong perspective. So she first brought out that Falun Gong has been prosecuted for over 23 years now. And why does the Chinese Communist Party must conquer Taiwan and must have unification? Because in her perspective, Taiwan is the mirror that shows or reflects the evil doings that happen in China. And in Taiwan right now, there are hundreds of thousands of followers, and they have freedom of religion to practice their religion. And she herself personally has experienced persecution. She knows of persons personally who have also experienced persecution. And for Chinese audience, is usually quite well known the extent of such persecution. Unfortunately, in the Western world, in Western media, this extent of persecution is generally not fully known. And she names, for example, that there is infiltration going on in many countries, certainly in Germany. And she points out that China should not be a trade partner, because China is a threat to global order and a threat to world peace. And she very much looks forward to the session this afternoon that focuses more on this topic of infiltration. To close her speech, she was saying that how does Falun Gong then as an organization fight this persecution? And they do this by speaking the truth. One way of doing this is when they learn of persecution cases in China, they make phone calls. They call the police and ask for the release of the related people. And they also make lots of phone calls to ask people to withdraw from the Chinese Communist Party. And she points out finally that this persecution, even though we may not hear so often in the media, it is ongoing. She urges everybody to keep your awareness and keep in mind that the Chinese Communist Party is a long-term threat. And we look forward to the further discussion this afternoon.
Thank you so much for the translation.
I hope I got your main points correct.
Yeah, that was the point. Thank you.
So we are, yes, thank you. Right now it is 11:47. we are a little bit ahead of schedule, but I believe it is okay. In fact, since we have a bit of time left, would there be any questions from the audience? Please come.
So it's kind of I hope it's not a funny question, maybe a blunt one. So forgive me. That's crazy. Well, I would be interested. I mean, we're looking at Russia and the mobilization drive, the response of the population on those decisions, those great decisions. I'm just interested to get an idea, or your idea, of what the Chinese people would do if Xi Jinping actually decided to attack Taiwan in whatever way. It would be quite, I mean, I would like to hear your input on your feeling on that. What would be the reaction?
我尝试讲中文。
OK，
我们见到现在这乌克兰，普丁就是有战争。如果有一天习近平真的称赞台湾，你们有什么的反应呢？
中国的大陆的民众，
中国
就是中国大陆的民众会有什么样的反应？如果是中共真的打台湾的话，
我就是怕中共不打台湾。我们都知道，只要中共打台湾，他今天打台湾，明天的今天就是他的忌日，这是肯定的。他不打台湾，可能中共还很难消灭。所以说，我们希望，希望这个习包子、习猪头能够误判形势，这个早日攻打台湾，早日结束中共。
Thank you very much for your view, Mr. Chen. I try to translate. 我尝试翻译一下。So Mr. Chen said he cannot wait till China actually invades Taiwan, because the day China invades Taiwan is the day that China will have the death of China won't happen right away because of so much uproar and controversy for the actions. We have two reactions on the floor. Maybe we can first go to.
我来先说几句。
And then we come to your reaction.
刚刚那个开门的这个回答提了这个问题，就是万一习近平打了台湾以后，大陆的老百姓什么反应？我相信，因为现在网络上反映的只是虽然是几十万的人，那种年轻人，但是和14亿的老百姓那个差距很大的。我刚刚实际上已经说了，老百姓是不希望中国的百姓不希望中国人去打中国人，这个实际上是千百年都是这样。我们看看60镇压的时候，实际上原来当初镇压的时候，一下子全国的老百姓反对了，因为他打的是谁？打的是学生，打的是中国人。军队是不能对老百姓开枪的，这是第一个理由。那么你打的是台湾老百姓，我刚刚就提了一个问题，这和镇压中国的留学生中国的学生和镇压中国的人民有什么差别？是没有差别的。所以大部分老百姓，我们相信，我们海外的华人这么多人都是反战的，现在他们反战的国内的反战的情绪，他不可能去发表，都是一些年轻人或者一些高级知识分子那个愤青他在说，就是几十万上百万，但和14亿人口在相比较的话，差异很大的，不占多数。
So I try to translate again in summary. So Mr. Pan was responding to the aspect of your question specifically about how the people in China will react to such an aggression, and he refers back to a point in his speech where, in his belief, the majority of the people in China actually do not want to invade China, and if such an invasion actually happens, then there will be a massive uproar and dissent and disagreement with the policy that the government will pursue. And in his opinion, if such a war happens, there will be a lot of opposition that rises up.
这也说明中国的，假如真的像陈忠和说的，就是一旦战争爆发，就会中国的政治危机就开始了。这时候他就表达的那些极端一些那种文字，慷慨激昂些，实际上中国的他也不敢。你看这么长时间，他就忌讳在说，中国政府也在忌讳说这个，他不要改变现状，要改变现状， 他就后面来拖一句，这个拖的一句实际上他也是无奈，他不会说一句我要武装武力解放台湾，他的政治危机也是伴随着这个战争开始，实际上对他是没有利的，就像那个六四镇压一样。
So to summarize, and going back to Mr. Chen's point, Mr. Pan also agrees as soon as China invades Taiwan, that would be the beginning of a true and serious political crisis in China. And for that reason, probably from the Chinese government itself is also quite unwilling to start such a war. So I hope I summarized okay. We have 2 reactions from the floor. We have at least time for those 2. Let's start with, I can give you my microphone. Please, thank you.
我刚才听的话，这个陈忠国的结论我是赞成的。中共啊，他就是个怎么说呀？就纸老虎，按那个原来的说，他就是诈虎，军队彻底腐败了，那当官的都腐败，老百姓的孩子不会到前线会当官的。
提问？
什么？赶紧哦，赶紧 OK。所以呢？但是呢，我们也不能这么说。这么说呢，我们不能用台湾人民的牺牲和痛苦来结束中共。推翻中共是大家的事，我们都是一个人省上的蚂蚱，大家一块努力才行，是不是？还有一个呢，中共不仅威胁到台湾，随时可能要有开战的可能。另外，它是反人类，它是威胁到整个人类和民主自由的社会，是我们共同的敌人。所以呢，我们现在不是指望，当然开战了以后，有可能就马关条约，最后呢，这个他们那个北洋水师啊，诈唬很厉害，从德国买的什么，最后整个这个就他那个软件不行了，软件烂掉了，所以呢，最后就会完蛋。这我相信，我也同意他。但是呢，我觉得我们这么说呢，好像我们为了中共完蛋，我们就不惜让台湾人。那刚开始中共的炮弹不是带住的，说他会打炮弹呐什么。虽然有100多公里的这个海，中共不像乌克兰这个俄罗斯在乌克兰直接开进去，但是呢，它也是有导弹有什么的。所以呢，我们尽量避免这个台湾人民的牺牲，让台湾通过和平的方式熬到共产党完蛋。比方说台湾支持这些海外的这些民兵啊，各种组织，这也是一种软实力，也是在跟他们进行战争。通过这种战争，最好是能够把这个共产党熬下去。他那个天命已经没几天了，这就习近平他们有末日的疯狂，就是要完蛋的前兆，没有任何理性。完了，所以呢，我觉得这个事情呢，就是我们刚才说，我们现在要支持台湾，这个没问题。台湾是自由民主的堡垒，在前哨抵抗了这么多年，原来台湾是被遗忘的角落，现在台湾终于是这个全世界都关注了，站起来了。所以呢，台湾人也很这个，原来那个支持这个台湾的人都是好像搞地下工作一样，在欧洲议会或者在什么地方。现在呢，台湾人成了世界注目的中心了，这是一种这个非常可喜的世界的转变。虽然我们这个世界有时候是有很多这个怎么说地缘政治上的自私自利啊，或各种考虑，但是在台湾问题上，现在大家都什么？我对普京有一个不满，就是他因为打乌克兰，把这个中共给中共解围了，围魏救赵。本来有全世界都闹好了，在南海有27国、26国军演，还有这个4国军演，就要对付中国了。结果普京这么一打，把世界中心转移了，等于是帮了中共。他们是互相勾结的。习近平说你打我支持你，结果把普京罚了。所以那现在呢？好，那就这样。好，
要谢谢律师，问谢谢挑出我们的全部信任。
No, I find this very nice that we have some exchange of ideas. So I suggest we do this. We have still a few minutes. I'm going to summarize quickly what Mr. Hami just said, and then we can give Didi a chance to ask a question, a quick one, and at the back of the audience, one last question, and then we will break for lunch. Let me just right now summarize what Mr. Xi just said. He had 2 main points. The first was that we all would like to have peace for Taiwan, but let us not make the Taiwan people suffer for us so that it becomes a way to bring down the Chinese Communist Party. He was urging everybody to stay together, have solidarity, and let us all seek peace and seek that the Chinese Communist Party leave this dictatorship in a peaceful way, in the way that the Taiwanese people can also enjoy peace during this process. And his second point was that he was actually quite upset at Putin for the fact that for starting the war against Ukraine, Putin managed to change the focus of the world away from this whole Taiwan issue. So I hope I summarized correctly. Would you like to ask a quick question, Didi?
Okay.
Yes, thank you. I actually just wanted to say that while I very much appreciate the free exchange of opinion, I would like to actually personally distance myself from suggestions that somehow an invasion of Taiwan could lead to anything good at all for anyone. I think this is loose talk. I think it's dangerous talk. And I suspect that there are a lot of people in this room who agree and that it ought to have nothing to do with the idea of invading Taiwan, but it's somehow got a good purpose to it. That's completely simply not the case. I think that's a really important point to make really clearly right now this morning. Thank you.
Didi, would you like to please give the microphone to our audience member? Thank you.
我昨天说要来德国开会，开国际性会议，那么这个国内有一个朋友，然后因为其他事儿联系了一下，他说：“哦，你去德国开会，那么给我带给会议一个问题，或者说是一个呼吁，就是说，中国有良心、有良知的军人和军官们，你们能否像德国的绍芬波格伯爵那样，在关键时候站住，让台海的问题于清晰？这个我觉得，请我参考回答这个。”
传媒给我就没有明白
啊，绍芬波格，我是大西德人
啊，
大西德人，
是大西德勒的人，
是大西德勒，爱沙西德勒放大赛
啊。
就是说，这是最简单的解决两岸的方式。
解决两岸的方式，呼吁啊，这个。 刚刚他提出来的问题，你明白吗？你翻译给大家听，是国内的一个问题，是国内的一个朋友提出来，跟他带到这个会场里边来，就是呼吁，中国的军方像德国的当初的暗杀希特勒一样，呼吁中国军队应该做起来这个事情，不能把习近平干掉，就。 战争策源，最终的战争策源把它消灭掉，大概这个意思。代价最小，最小。
So we actually through
是中国的老百姓提出来的，听到他来开会，要带给这个会场。
我所开会。
I really hope I can. I'm not sure if I understood the entire point, but anyway, Mr. Wang's colleague, knowing that he's coming to Germany for a conference, asked him to bring us a message or bring us a discussion point that should a war arise, hopefully, and this is the point where I'm sorry, I really also linguistically I also couldn't understand, and for the historical context, it's also not so clear to me that something.
希望这个会呼吁国内的军人。
So they're saying that should war arise, hopefully something within the ranks of the Chinese army will stand up. Officers who have conscience will stand up against an order to invade Taiwan. So maybe this is a good point to wrap up the conference here. A very last short comment, Kai. Maybe you can translate much better than I do.
Okay.
One last comment and then we break. Thank you, Kai.
I just wanted to underline what Didi said. I mean, my intention, my question was not to insinuate that this was anything to be favorable for anyone here in this room. My question is, how do the Chinese people position themselves to the conflict and maybe perhaps to the rhetoric of the CCP at this very time, which we have been observing, acknowledging over the time vis-a-vis Taiwan. So not at all. I think, I mean, from my perspective, as civil society activists here, we all want peaceful change. Of course, peaceful change through ideally dialogue, through rationality, through considering everybody's interests involved. So we have a real positive development, and this certainly excludes anything that's violent. I can speak for my organization, so I think I just want to clarify my question. This, I think, is of critical importance for anyone working towards the CCC.
Can I briefly have the microphone?
And also,
Linda.
yeah.
Thank you very much, Kai, for your clarification and position. I think with a heated discussion like this, of course, it's very nice that we have exchange, but it's also important that we know we're here to stand for peace. So at this point, I would like to close this session. I was instructed to remind everybody that, please, there will be next lunch. And if everybody could come back here by 1 p.m., 13 hours, that would be great. And the conference will continue from there. So thank you very much, everybody here and online, for your participation and the lovely heated discussion. We look forward to the afternoon session. Thank you very much.
It's very important to let Beijing know that we are not afraid of them. Earlier, maybe for sometimes Taiwanese are threatened by China, by the People's Liberation Army. To be honest, sometimes we are scared. So that I can say, if I met a friend on the street in Germany, and we introduce ourselves to each other, and he would say, "Hello, I'm Manfred of Germany," and I would say, "I'm afraid of China." To be honest, the Taiwanese people, sometimes they are scared. I know they are scared. But that doesn't mean we should get up our fight against this communism. And Taiwan is not only a lighthouse. Together with you, Taiwan is also a powerhouse. And if we keep on organizing this kind of meetings, not necessarily in Germany, but it has become a tradition that we held this kind of meetings, of conference here in Berlin. And I would say I have thanked Xiao Li, and I want to express my warm-felt gratitude to Tianqi and Yongzhong. You work very hard, you work very close to them, but believe me, I'm the one who knows how hard they have been working for this organization, not only for these 2 days, but all over the years. Working, writing, communicating, getting people, holding people in, and to keep this movement warm and lebendig, alive. So I just want to say thank you very much, because we profit, Taiwanese, we profit from all your efforts. We profit from all your readiness to work together with each other. It's going to be hard. It won't be easy before we can see the light at the end of the tunnel. But at least we know where the light is going to come from. So delight and hope. In German is Hoffnung, Hoffen. The word Hoffen ends with offen, and that means the result is still not decided. So the game has to go on, and every side under us, together with our friends outside this world, we have to stick to each other, and that's the most important thing. I just want to say, if we don't give up, we have warm, at least the health. I really want to appreciate, want to say my appreciation for your opinion. I know it's not easy. It's not easy to survive all around outside the world. I know it's not easy to tell yourself there is still hope. And let me just assure you, when I know, and I know that you won't give up. And that's the hope for Taiwan, for China, for South Korea, Mongolia, and for Xinjiang, and for Tibet. It's a wonderful thing to see you again. And I would wish you good health and success in life and in our fighting back together. Thank you very much.
We know each other since more than
40 years, 1982. Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, I was 10 and you were 12.
Okay. Well, this is a press conference, but please allow me to be a little bit personal. I was born in China and came to Taiwan when I was 2 years old. I grew up in Taiwan. Taiwan is my home country. Although Chinese culture, tradition, history belongs to me, to my life. But since years, I cannot go back to China. They don't allow me because I'm not important, but somehow they won't let me visit the country. I have the German citizenship since, I don't know, since 40 years. I lost the other home country. And what happened to Hong Kong since, well, as you know, since 2020, since the induce of the security law in Hong Kong, I don't dare to go to Hong Kong anymore. I don't want to play the game with them, that they put me somewhere so I lost another place where people speak Chinese and you feel that you are among the people. Taiwan is my only home country, although I think Germany is also for me a chosen home country. I feel really well, I really feel at home here. But I want to keep Taiwan still as my home country. I want to be among Taiwanese to speak. Sorry, I don't speak Taiwanese, but a little bit. But I want to be among, well, the same people as I am. And I don't want to lose Taiwan. I personally already lose China and Hong Kong. And I know the Chinese Communist Party has committed so much crime in name of all the Chinese people. The crime to the Mongolian, South Mongolia, überhaupt Mongolian, to Uyghurs in Xinjiang and in Tibet, not to, well, you know what happened nowadays in Tibet. The Communist Party is collecting the DNA, every person in Tibet, even children under 6 years. This is unendurable. I can't, when I read that, I'm just boiling, my blood is boiling. I cannot endure that. To commit a crime as German, you cannot endure that someone like Hitler commit a crime. I cannot accept that this Communist Party commit such a crime in name of all Chinese. I don't want to say apologize to you, this and that, and you will tell us much more about what happened in Xinjiang. So I will just stop here because it's not a press conference, it's just a personal account. And we will, as Dr. Xie said, united, we are strong. We will never give up. Well, the logic is not so simple, big and small, strong and weak. This is not like that. I think if we insist, we don't give up, we will at least survive. We will survive our culture, language, tradition, just as the Uyghur people continue to insist your language, your culture. The Mongolian insist your language and your culture. So I will stop here, but before I give you the floor, Mr. Wei Jingsheng waited already quite a long time there on screen. 魏金生，金生真是对不起，我们因为出了一些技术上的问题，我们没有马上开始，请你发言。现在对不起，现在请你发言好不好？你在吗？
在，看见了。
好的，请你发言好吗？魏金生先生 ，I think I don't have to introduce you who 魏金生 is. Everybody knows him. All right， 金生，请你发言。
好的，好的。这个首先大家好啊，首先祝贺会议顺利召开，大家聚集在一堂议论我们共同关心的事情，是走向胜利的前提。现在西方主要国家反对共产党的浪潮正在上升，中共的内部矛盾也在上升。中共已经是个垂死挣扎的即将灭亡政权，大家多年的努力奋斗很快就要看到结果。但是共产党并没有停止垂死的挣扎，在一些方面我们不得不提高警惕，正确的应对。共产党对西方的渗透和对反共力量的分化瓦解，是我们不得不警惕的方面。挑拨少数民族和汉族之间的关系，挑拨台湾人民和大陆人民的关系，挑拨各个反对派内部的矛盾。总之，共产党对所有反对派的统战工作，我们绝不可以掉以轻心。为什么共产党的统战工作屡屡得手？为什么共产党的统战工作屡屡得手？重要的原因是我们自己缺乏大局观念，把一些细小的差别和矛盾看得很重要，把反对共产党的大局看得比较淡薄，这就造成反对派内部的分裂，各自为战，被共产党各个击破。这种危险时刻都存在。我们首先要明确，我们共同的敌人是共产党的一党专政，对全国人民的压迫和剥削主要来自共产党，而不是其他民族和地区的人民。共产党的存在是各族各地区人民的灾难，不铲除这个灾难的主要来源，大家的目标和愿望都不能实现。人与人之间的差别永远都存在，民族和地区之间的差别也永远都会存在。为了这些差别和矛盾就自相攻击，你死我活，这就是中共统战工作的成功，这就是中共特务渗透的主要任务。我们要把抵制挑拨离间和渗透当作我们的一项重要的工作来完成，否则我们自己的朋友四分五裂，被共产党特务所利用，伤害的就是我们共同的反共事业，也将使我们的人民大失所望。望大家深刻思考。我就说这么多。
非常谢这个魏金生先生跟我们说的。I just summarize very shortly. Hello， 可以听见吗？
可以听见。
Can you hear? All right. Just very shortly summarize what Wei Jingsheng has said. He said, well, this is the final struggle of declining power in China. And but the Western country and all of us should be alert about the infiltration through the Communist Party. And this Communist Party try to auseinandernehmen, wie sagt man, dividieren, to separate or to destroy the relationship between the Chinese, the Taiwanese, and all the different nationalities. And we should be really alert that we should work together. And we will wait, we will see, we will witness the decline of this evil power. All right. And now, Enver will with the next speaker, please.
Thank you. Thank you. I can only second Excellency Ambassador that the world, the democratic world, the democratic society, including civil societies, we all must keep together. All, I say, we must keep together. Be Xi Jinping in Beijing, be Putin in Moscow, they have their own plans and they don't have to respond to any electorate to be re-elected. They have their plans and they can survive as long as they want. And they, I think, closely watching what the world is doing and what the weakness of the West, of the democracies are, where our strong strengths are. And again, as I say, either Moscow or Beijing, they wait for a favorable atmosphere to implement their long-planned programs. We lived, experienced with Russia in the last decade, beginning with Caucasia, Crimea, and this year with Ukraine. And now we are trying to formulate our response altogether. Whether a workable response is done there, I doubt. And again, back to China with Taiwan. Let's say right now we are talking about, I don't think also that the Western democracies have a joint common Taiwan policy. We must together, the governments, together with civil societies, NGOs, formulate a Taiwan policy. How to defend Taiwan democracy and freedom, and think about whether to forestall unenforceable annexation of Taiwan to China. The democracies should recognize Taiwan diplomatically or not. As a citizen, my opinion is any Chinese leader, be Xi Jinping or the next, one day would annex Taiwan by force. It could be this year, could be in 10 years. But if the world recognizes diplomatically Taiwan, and then they have to think again to attack, because it is a recognized internationally, then Taiwan is an internationally recognized country. That would be aggression and invasion of a country. So that's why I fully support what Ambassador said. We need a strong worldwide coalition. The democracies, if we are going to defend our values, our freedom, and our democracy, China must stop somewhere. And I think Taiwan policy, the West's Taiwan policy would be the test case to stop China somewhere. It is coming with the Belt and Road program. It is coming. It is already in Europe. Buying harbors in Europe up to 50%, 49% in different countries, and making obedient countries with investment. It is coming. So if we really think that we have to defend our democracies and we leave the world to our children, the freedom, then there should be a decision only a decisive action can stop China from aggression and from westward expansion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andy. I'm sorry that we have stolen 5 minutes from the next session, but we close now this session, and thank you so much. But before I stop, okay. All right, please. Yes. Jürgen Kai is from NZZ. Yeah, yes, please.
Yeah, it's busy and he has to meet soon. My question is addressed to him. Taiwan has been quite successful in getting by diplomatic and no diplomatic activities, has succeeded in raising attention and raising its profile. But I think the publicity Taiwan has got among the public is still could be done more. And I have two suggestions. As far as I know, about 8,500 Taiwanese are living in Germany. So, and I haven't heard them raise their voices. They could do it, I think, demonstrating in front of the Chinese embassy is fine, but it doesn't help because that's like speaking against a stone wall. You have to get the attention of the public and of political decision makers. And the second is, we all know that President Tsai Ing-wen is not a Taiwanese Zelensky. You are much closer to Melnik, the outgoing Ukraine ambassador. But she never has, as far as I know, given an interview to a European TV station or newspaper. I think it would be very helpful for her to raise her voice in Europe and show up again. So maybe when you go to Taiwan now, you can suggest to her that she's doing that. Thanks.
Thank you very much. It's a very important question, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think we have talked about the subject. We have talked about the subject quite a few times in the past. You are right. It is, as a matter of fact, Tsai Ing-wen, President Tsai, really, I think she has given only one interview to BBC long ago, and for the other million, I think this hasn't been once. Okay, I met her this time when I'm back home in 2 days. I'll try to pass over this message. Secondly, I think there are around 8,000 Taiwanese people living here. Some of them are married. Some of them studied here. Some of them work here. And really, you're right again that there hasn't been a real demonstration organized by this 8,000 Taiwanese people. I think one of the reasons is there is no such kind of organizations. We have some organizations separated, divided in all over the world, but not one centralized organization. And in USA, there is much more movement in this case. Maybe if Xi Jinping tries to threat us again big enough, then I would stand up and call the people together with your support. then we will demonstrate in front of the embassy of the People's Republic of China. Until now, I have tried to avoid my presence during the demonstration there because I'm still here in diplomat, and I do depend on the good friendships, not with the Chinese embassy, but with the German Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And for me, the time has not come yet. But as you have noticed, I try to take part on every actions, demonstrations, sitting demonstrations, whenever I'm invited to, and I do that, and I hope let's see what happens in the next future. Xi Jinping is going to, he won't take back his steps, and I think there will be chances enough where we can meet together again, maybe not only on the Brandenburg, but also for the embassy of the Republic of China. Thank you very much.
But isn't there the European Federation of Taiwan? I would expect them to attend this conference too.
From Brussels?
The European Taiwan Association, you know, paper food or food buffet.
Yeah, there's a European Federation of the Society of all the Taiwanese here, but they have been working in the last years to get support for Taiwan, but I'm not sure if has already been cooperation between your organizations and with them. If not, maybe we can get her into contact with her. Yeah.
Thank you.
Please.
Thank you. I'm an Uyghur, the ambassador, and I'm coming from Uyghur grassroots movement in Germany for the last 30 years. But it's not your job to describe, but the Taiwanese in Germany, in Europe, needs grassroots movement. They need it. The society, German society, European society should see Taiwanese people defending their rights, their democracy, their freedom.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
You are right. I'm always very sad if we make protest action in front of the Chinese embassy. I am quite the single Taiwanese, and I'm really upset. We need grassroots movement from the Taiwanese in Germany. I'm sorry that we taken so much time from you, Didi, because you moderate the next one, but you will gain 10 minutes from the next session because next Ambassador Xie has to leave, so we have a vacancy for 10 minutes, and you can prolong your session till, well, shall we say for 2:40, right? So we close this session and so we are done. You are done. Sorry.
This is me. Kontrollen werden. Aber von Bedeutung, das ist wie Sieg. Sieg? Das soll ich auch eine Aufwand Schönzeichen sagen.
Das hätte ich mir jetzt vorstellen.
Alles gut. So I think few more minutes. Although we don't really, where are we? 2:30. Yes? Yeah. 13:30. All right, so I think we just start, even though some people are missing. What's the time? 13:46, right? 15 minutes late. Never mind, we catch up. I would ask everyone to try and be concise. I think brevity is a virtue. 我们大家要说话时候，也要就是说短一点哈。那个就不要说太多了，要不然怎么时间就来不及啊，赶不上。谢谢，不好意思啊。So one thing I wanted to say is that I deeply admire Tianqi, who is not here right now. Hopefully will come back soon. For her consistent, really extraordinary efforts over so many years. It's a huge privilege to me personally to be able to take part in these events every year. I do so gladly. And what I noticed some years ago is that she began to involve so many more people from different ethnic groups of China. This was a deliberate change of direction, I believe, from the older, more traditional 1989 Tiananmen Square movement democracy generation, who were mostly Han Chinese. And a deliberate effort to reach out to the different ethnic groups in this really very varied country. And I thought it was extremely smart and really just a wonderful thing to do. So that's what we're going to do here today in our panel. On my far left, just get my right page here. Right page, there we go. My far left is, of course, Amy Siu, our fellow Hong Konger. Some of you were heard her speak earlier. Kai Müller, with International Campaign for Tibet. Then we have Enver Tan, Ilan Tohti Initiative. You'll know Ilan Tohti was the Uyghur academic who was arrested in China and has essentially disappeared from view, basically because he was involved in creating a very interesting website called Uyghur Biz.
Yes.
Fantastically interesting website. Actually, I was still a journalist in China when they started to publish it, and I remember looking at it and thinking, this is really interesting and this is different. And of course, not much afterwards, he was disappeared because he was doing something so valuable. And of course, Reinhard Bütikofer is or should be with us virtually from a distance. You will know he's a Greens Member of Parliament in Brussels or in Europe. And I can't see him there, but hopefully he's coming. And Xi Haimian, who spoke earlier, also a familiar face for the situation in Mongolia, near Mongol. So without further ado, Amy, take it away.
Thank you very much, Didi, for the introduction. And thank you very much for the opportunity to speak here for a distinguished audience, not just in the room, but also online internationally. I thank you for your time. My name is Amy Singh. I am a representative of the association called Hong Kong in Deutschland. We are the first registered association for Hong Kongers in Germany. Today we have very limited time, and I just wanted to make a few highlights to let you know what's been happening in Hong Kong and why I'm here today, that there's a need for me to come here and speak as well. As you notice that I'm trying to stay away as much as possible from the hot seat. Yes. So you might notice that in the media, you don't hear so much about Hong Kong anymore. It's not just because there's a Ukraine war, and it's not just because there are storms and climate change issues, energy crisis. It's a lot to do with the fact that in Hong Kong, freedom of journalism, freedom of press has been very much suppressed. You can almost say it's almost gone. As a Hong Konger living overseas, I cannot reliably find online or on printed paper, newspaper, objective, neutral news from Hong Kong anymore. That's how bad it is. So my job today is, with this gap, I hope to fill in a bit of this gap and let you know what's been happening. Let me start by saying basic freedoms and human rights situation in Hong Kong continue to deteriorate. It was already bad in 2019 when everybody could see on the television about police brutality, for example. It actually got worse, even though we don't hear so much about it. And you will notice that just now I mentioned freedom, human rights. Usually you also use the word democracy in the same sentence, but I didn't, because democracy has basically gone altogether in Hong Kong, and I will talk about it briefly in a moment too. I will start by very briefly introducing the national security law in Hong Kong. Some of you might be familiar about it, but just in case not, it was imposed upon, not just introduced, but imposed upon Hong Kong in June 2020 without due process. The people in Hong Kong was not consulted. There was no discussion of any kind. Suddenly one day, China says, hey, this is your law and you're going to abide by it. And from there on, the law itself is also, I would use the word ridiculous because there's no any other appropriate word. Under this law, anybody, Chinese citizen, Hong Kong citizen, or otherwise, can commit crime against this law in Hong Kong, in China, or anywhere in the world at any time, right now, or in the past, of course, in the future, can be prosecuted. So this is like the law, the omnipotent law. It's like anybody, any crime that you feel like, even though explicitly in the law says it's mostly about treason, sedition, and incitement. Let me start by mentioning some recent arrests. We all know that lots of dissidents have been arrested, but the story goes deeper than that, or let's say sadder than that. Thank you very much to Benedict Rogers. He mentioned that Cardinal Zen was arrested. In fact, he is a Catholic cardinal, Joseph Zen, aged 90. This is a senior citizen, 90 years old, arrested this year in May. And why was he arrested? Because he was the one of the trustees in a fund called 612 Humanitarian Relief Fund. This fund provided medical and legal assistance to the people who are affected, who are dissidents, who suffered from police brutality and so on. So this is a very purely humanitarian fund, and the cardinal was arrested for that. And really ridiculous, I have to use this word again, what was the crime? The crime was that he was colluding with foreign forces. And he was arrested with 5 other trustees. In fact, he went to court just 4 days ago, and the course is ongoing. We have to follow and see what happens. And just to mention a few other arrests made under this national security law, just to let you know the extent of the law and how ridiculous it really is. There were 3 gentlemen in Canada, 3 Hong Kongers. They wanted to start a Hong Kong shadow parliament. They have been declared fugitives, and they are now on a wanted list in July, 2 months ago. Last month in August, there is a Facebook group called Civil Servant Secrets. This is really an online group with gossips. You know, you're talking about which toilet in the government building doesn't work, that kind of gossip group on Facebook. The 3 administrators for this group was arrested. They were arrested because there's potential that they're going to say something bad about the government because they're civil servants. Now, what's really sad about all these people who got arrested is that you would expect them to, go through a fair trial or a fair legal process. But these days, when you're arrested, you sit in jail waiting for your trial. Very often, these people wait 1 year or more. There are many cases where people are waiting for 2 years and still waiting for a trial with no announcement of when this trial will come. So being arrested right now in Hong Kong is very bad idea. You basically expect to sit in jail forever. So now I turn a little bit away from this topic of arrests. I'd like to talk to you about surveillance. We see how China has massive surveillance in Tibet and in East Turkestan, and we see the trend coming to Hong Kong very quickly. And let me again give you some examples. Right now in Hong Kong, you need to have an app on your phone. It's called the Health Code app. And you need to have a green code on your app to enter a number of places, such as government buildings, food markets, hospitals, post offices, restaurants, shopping malls, cinemas, parks. Basically, everywhere you want to go, you need to have such an app. And when you beep it, you know what you're giving the government, your personal information and your position. This is how the Hong Kong government is tracking its population. And we also have national ID cards, very much like the German ID card here, except in this card, there's also a chip that is capable of corresponding with remote devices. And we know that in the lampposts in Hong Kong, they have such communication devices, and which is why everybody or every reasonable person in Hong Kong would put their ID card in a little bit of a case that prevents such information from flowing. So this is a complete in English would be a complete coverage of the population anywhere in the city. They want to know where, when you are doing what. So this is surveillance coming very quickly and very already there. I want to talk now briefly about democracy or lack thereof. If I laugh, it's not because I take the situation lightly, because the situation is so absurd to the point of being hilarious. The only appropriate response is to laugh. So let me tell you what's so funny. So we, of course, have a chief executive in Hong Kong. In May this year, 2022, there was a quote-unquote election. Of course, it was not an election done by the general population, but rather a committee of 1,500 people elected this person. There were 8 candidates who wanted to be on the ballot, but were not allowed to, which is why on the ballot, there was only 1 candidate. And, of course, this candidate was elected with many, many votes. And so in Hong Kong, we say, oh, this is North Korea style. This is not Korea style election. And if you notice, all the reports in Western media, very conspicuously, the word election does not appear. People will report it with being chosen. There was a selection process, but not the word elected because it was not an election. And last year in December, the Chinese Communist Party published a white paper. The title is called Hong Kong, Democratic Progress under the Framework of One Country, Two Systems. This book or this piece of work, I call it even literature, it should win awards in the fictional department, focusing on political propaganda. It's just things inside are just so hilarious. A 2-sentence summary is that in this book says the Chinese style of democracy is better than the Western style of democracy. And Hong Kong, having the Chinese style democracy implemented, is therefore having a full and successful implementation of the two system, one country policy. And because of that, Hong Kong has complete democracy and everybody is happy. It literally says all the citizens are happy. You can really laugh at such a piece of writing. I mean, how can you flip black and white in such a total if you're interested, tell me, I give you a link, you can have a read, it's hilarious. You can only read it as fiction and laugh about it. And I know my time is up. I want to only say very quick words that I tell my young daughter, crying generally does not solve problems. I can sit here forever and tell you about all the bad things and cry about it, but that does not solve problems. And so I have a few, let's say, action items or suggestions to the audience here and also around the world. My appeal to all of you, each of you, please keep your awareness up. I know we don't hear about that. We don't hear about Hong Kong in the news so much anymore, but please keep your awareness up because things do happen and things do get worse. Just very quickly, very good news. In Chinese, we say, in Cantonese, we say, 自己香港自己救. That means it's our Hong Kong. We will fight for our own deliverance. And in that sense, I'm very glad to announce here that in Germany, we have last month just launched a second registered organization called Freiheit für Hong Kong, Freedom for Hong Kong. And David Missel here is a colleague with me on this new organization. Ray Wong, the prominent dissident who got a political asylum here in Germany, is the chairperson, and our focus will be political advocacy. So expect us to make a lot of noise, and I thank you for your attention. Thank you for listening.
Very interesting. I want to ask a really brief question of each panelist after you've spoken, and I do ask you to keep your comments short. What can foreign governments and organizations do to support Hong Kong now?
I have many ideas, but I say only one now, but very concrete. Sanctions. Sanctions, sanctions, sanctions. If you look at the news just yesterday, our Foreign Minister Baerbock, she was asking not just Germany, but the European Union to call sanctions against Iran for the recent protests. And I'm asking myself, what are the differences between those protests and protests in Hong Kong? If you have the balls to have sanctions against Iran, do that for Hong Kong too. Thank you.
Right. All right. Next up, Ember Tan of the Ilam Tohti Initiative. Without further ado.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, it was 8 years ago, on 23rd September 2014, that economist Ilham Tohti was sentenced in a closed 2-day short trial to life imprisonment. We commemorate this tragic moment in the life of a man who was peace-loving personality, obsessed with the fear that relations between the Han authorities and the Uyghur population would deteriorate dramatically. We have not heard from him in 8 years. We know that his wife has only been able to visit him once with their 2 children. She lived in Beijing in isolation, far away from where Ilham Tohti is in a solitary confinement in Urumqi against the Chinese law, if he is alive at all. In fact, it is difficult to say anything about the fate of Ilham Tohti, who was awarded the European Parliament's Sakharov Prize in 2019, and at least 10 other international human rights awards, thanks to the repeated efforts of many friends, former students, relatives, parliamentarians, scholars, and democracy activists like you. Actually, the Chinese government wanted to silence him behind the bars, but now he is much better known by the international community as a brave and courageous man who sacrificed everything for the freedom and rights of his people. Thus, Ilham Tohti have been 5 times a candidate for the Nobel Peace Prize since 2018. The Chinese government lacks the imagination to come up with credible charges when it wants to get rid of personalities who seem to be potential leaders and have a strong charisma. Accusations vary from attempted state subversion, disturbance of public order, or so-called separatism, as the case with Ilham Tohti, though he abundantly rejected separatism and sought reconciliation. His parting words before arrest were that the 2 people must learn to respect each other, coexist in peace, and not hate each other. In order to make the economic, social, and developmental issues confronting the Uyghurs known to the China's wider population and the world community, Ilham Tohti had established the Chinese language website UighurBiz.net in 2006 to foster dialogue and understanding between Uyghurs and Chinese. It was repeatedly hacked and shut down in 2014. A government list of prisoners leaked in December 2021 indicates that 6 of the 7 students of Ilham Tohti were sentenced in December 2014 to between 3.5 and 8 years in prison. Although they would have completed their sentences, it is unclear whether they have been released. According to Human Rights Watch, Chinese continued severe repression against the Uyghur population raises serious concerns that the 7 students are still under some form of detention or movement of restrictions. The so-called Xinjiang police files list created in August 2015 contains the names, genders, ethnicities, dates of birth, ID numbers, addresses, crimes, sentencing dates, and other details of over 18,000 Uyghurs convicted of political and religious crimes. The anonymous source who said they are a Han Chinese who is opposed to the Chinese government's policies in Xinjiang emailed this list of 18,000 prisoners and other 10,000 Uyghur prisoners to the Xinjiang victims database in December 2021. Many years have gone by and the situation in Uyghur region has gone from bad to worse. Millions of Uyghurs and members of other Turkic people have been sent to so-called re-education camps where they have been brainwashed, forced to deny their ethnic and cultural identity, separated from their families, in many cases tortured, raped, or even beaten to death. It looks as if the Chinese government getting ready in 2014 to launch a big campaign to destroy the Uyghur people, their way of life, language, and aspirations completely, had first targeted Ilham Tohti, the very person who was trying to prevent the tragedy. We have only been able to witness helplessly from afar now. The man whom the Chinese intellectuals described as the Mandela of Uyghurs, and Deng Xiao, at the day of his unjust verdict, has described he does not belong to prison, but deserves the Nobel Peace Prize. The Chinese state targeting of Uyghur intellectuals and cultural elites centers on their role in expressing distinct identity and culture. Those learned and creative intellectuals are carriers of Uyghurs' cultural memory. As researchers and innovators, they also represent the diversity of Uyghur intellectual and artistic currents. The persecution of elites deprives Uyghurs of the right to define themselves, and is nothing less than a form of eliticide that effectively destroy any hope of collective resistance to the Chinese government's campaign to ideologically cynicize Uyghurs. The Uyghur eliticide is a key tool to control or perhaps altogether annihilate Uyghur identity. Those detained in the camps have effectively disappeared, as they are not allowed to contact with anyone outside the camps and have no access to judicial or legal remedies. They were not provided with a warrant or given a trial before their forced detention. No formal charges have been levied against any of them, and they are being held for unspecified periods of time. The camps, therefore, constitute one of the largest cases of state-sponsored and forced disappearances and arbitrary detention in the modern human history. We now strongly request the members of the European Parliament not to forget Ilham Tohti. He did get his few minutes of fame in December 2019 when the public applauded the Sakharov Prize Committee for awarding this great honor to Mr. Ilham Tohti. Now, the Chinese government must give us answers to all these questions that surrounded the existence of Ilham Tohti. Is he alive? Where has he been thrown in jail? What is his health situation? Members of the European delegation in Beijing must repeatedly try to visit Ilham Tohti in Urumqi and take care of his family in Beijing. And they must convey some information about him to all of his supporters and friends. We call again on the Chinese authorities to immediately and unconditionally release Ilham Tohti and his students and stop crimes against humanity being committed against the Uyghur and other Turkic peoples. Thank you for your attention. I think I am on time. Thank you.
For being so eloquent. I think I have a question for you as well.
Please.
How do you, given this really appalling story, Ilham Tohti has essentially disappeared. And although there's a lot of attention on Uyghurs in some ways nowadays, Ilham Tohti himself gets less attention, as you said. It's a strange situation for such a prominent and interesting person to have ended up in, I suppose. And my question to you then is, how do you view the issue of how the UN, the United Nations report managed to address the Uyghur issue? Are you aware if it specifically picked up on Ilham Tohti related his situation? Do you feel they could have done more? How did you view that report? And what do you think? The new United Nations Human Rights Commissioner has come in. We hear some criticism of him, to be honest. Volker Türk, he's from Austria, I believe. How do you view the UN's approach to
the Uyghur issue?
Uyghur issue and Ilham Tohti?
Thank you. Very valid and important question. Of course, it was 2 decades ago because of 1 or 2 bombings in Kunlun, in Beijing. China tried to make us terrorists and somehow convinced the United States to include one actually physically non-existent organization to include to the international terrorist organization, and it was put to the UN terrorist list. Exactly in these times, the message of Ilham Tohti and his relations with the EU in Beijing, both in Beijing, and he traveled, I think, a couple of times to Europe and met people in Strasbourg, in Paris, in Brussels, the members of the European Parliament, and it played a big role that the European Union and also the United Nations took up the issue or looked seriously to the Uyghur problem, whether it was a matter of terrorism, as China claimed, or it was a matter of grave human rights violations. So both. And the report, to be short, the report Of course, everyone knows China tried to not to be published. And it made me personally sometimes suspicious just before a week or 2 weeks ahead of the release. Ms. Bachelet said she was receiving good information from China. At least China modified it. But still, openly it was afterwards, we know that is against. China is against it. On the other hand, I would say this is the first step that the international body, the UN, has a paper, a report there, which is prepared by its own reporters. And now we are expecting from the world community, they have to base, although sometimes we criticize some points, that they should move based on this report. They have to do something, they should be consequent, and the criminals, I say criminals, should be taken into responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you. So there's a report, there's things we can do about it, and the world community needs to act on the basis of that report.
Exactly.
Thank you. So our next speaker is Reinhard Bütikofer. Herr Bütikofer, are you there? Yeah, I see you.
Yes,
Yeah,
indeed,
who is
I'm
it?
here. Or rather,
Wonderful.
I'm in Erfurt in Eastern Germany, in Thuringia.
Okay, so Gruß aus Thüringen, or nach Thüringen, besser gesagt, from everyone here. Herr Bütikofer, I think, needs no introduction. He's done more in the European Parliament than pretty much anyone to raise issues to do with China and Taiwan. So in the interest of time, we are quite tight on time. Herr Bütikofer, I just ask you to speak. Thank you.
Well, thank you, first of all, for including me in this lineup. I think it's well worth reflecting on what the upcoming 20th Party Conference of the Chinese Communist Party will stand for. And I do believe that 3 results of that meeting are pretty much a foregone conclusion. 1, Xi Jinping, China's Communist Party emperor, will continue centralizing absolutely all political power that he can get his whole hand on. Second, the totalitarian claim that the Chinese Communist Party leads, as they say, everything in China, that they control every aspect of China's political, economic, cultural, religious, and academic and private life, will also be enhanced. And third, the aggressive foreign policy that he has developed over the last 10 years, more aggressive than that by his predecessors, with land grabbing in the South China Sea, with the border conflict with India, with aggression against Japan over the Senkaku Islands, with aggressive behavior in particular against Taiwan, with coercive policies against, for instance, Australia, Lithuania, or Sweden. All that will continue. In Europe's public, Xi Jinping's tenure has had an impact. 10 years ago, many Europeans still had a relatively positive image of the People's Republic of China. Just 1 or 2 days ago, Pew, an international polling organization published new figures, and those figures show that all around Europe, that has been inverted. Now there are very few people in all of the European countries, with very few exceptions like Hungary, very few people that have any trust at all in the PRC, and many people that really see China, Xi Jinping's China, as a risk, or I should say a threat. And that is also expressed in NATO's new strategy that they accepted and agreed upon in Madrid a couple of weeks ago. The major factors that motivated this change of mind have been Hong Kong, Xinjiang, about which we just heard, and also Taiwan. I'm not saying that everybody around Europe is singing from the same hymn sheet. There are business leaders, not all, but some business leaders from some multinationals that still would want to continue just doing business and ignoring human rights and ignoring politics. But even in the business community, there is an increasing number of actors that realize, and the president of Germany's Federation of Industry has said so, that there are red lines, that there are ethical lines that have to be drawn also when German investors are active in China. The European Parliament has been playing a very active role in that regard, and we have indeed also highlighted the fate of Ilham Tohti by awarding him our Sakharov Prize in 2019, and we continue also mentioning him in our resolutions that we pass. But I would say it's also encouraging that we are not alone as a European Parliament. There is a broader rethinking among member states and in the Commission. That rethinking is basically focusing on the fact that, as was declared in the strategic outlook of March 2019, China is indeed a systemic rival for the EU. And when we look at the developments more recently over recent years, we can only conclude that we are deeply in rivalry territory. That assessment has been bolstered also by persistent revelations about China's human rights atrocities in Xinjiang in particular, but also in other parts of the country. And I would applaud the former High Commissioner of the United Nations for Human Rights, Mrs. Bachelet, that she finally, against very tough Chinese pressure, dared to publish her report, which mentioned that there are crimes against humanity being committed in China, in particular in Xinjiang. Now, I think it would be a common task for the international community to make sure that these issues will be tabled in the Human Rights Committee of the United Nations, and that China's efforts to smother such a debate will be futile. I also believe that we should impose new sanctions on those that perpetrate these crimes against humanity. And I believe, and this is a more general point, and I conclude with this, that there is a responsibility to let the leaders in Beijing, to let the leaders of the CCP know very clear in no uncertain terms that we will do whatever we can effectively contribute to push back against their domestically extremely oppressive and internationally extremely aggressive agenda. And in particular, when they pursue a course of aggression against Taiwan, we have to impress on them that this would not be tolerated. It would come with a very high cost for the PRC itself. So I believe that there still might be here and there, wherever it's possible, opportunities for dialogue, but dialogue without clear deterrence will never work. And we need to develop a policy of deterrence also vis-a-vis a course of aggression and adventurism. And the fact that the leaders in Beijing and Xi Jinping himself struck a deal of unlimited friendship with the aggressor against Ukraine, the Russian president, Vladimir Putin, underscores what I have in mind. This must not be tolerated. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very clear words, which I think have been listened to extremely carefully in this room and also with many people watching online. Herr Bütikofer, my question to you is, you use this interesting phrase, we are deeply in rivalrous territory with China. I think that's a very interesting phrase. And my question is, with what happened with Russia, the gas disaster that Germany is experiencing in its relations with Russia, how are we actually going to extricate ourselves or safely, and I really emphasize the word safe, safely for ourselves, so democracies manage the economic dependencies that we have with China? How are we actually going to do this now? And I realize it's a big question, but I think it's a pressing question. I'd love to hear just maybe two or 3 minutes from you about how to do that, or what you think this is even about and how we could even begin to address the issue.
Thank you. That's indeed a core issue. And let me start by making one point that I feel is not made often enough. The CCP has been pretty successful with its propaganda that it will be successful historically, regardless. Too many people have bought the narrative that many other actors, including in Europe, only have one choice, whether they will acknowledge Chinese demands today, or whether they will have to acknowledge and have to accept Chinese demands tomorrow. There is this narrative of an unresistible rise of China, and this claim by Xi Jinping that China will move to the center of international relations. I don't buy that propaganda. And it has been used by some to make shallow excuses for not trying to rid ourselves of the dependencies that we have allowed to develop. And that's why I also oppose this. I think we should indeed learn our lesson from what has happened on the basis of our fossil fuel dependency towards Russia. Our dependencies vis-a-vis China are much broader, go much deeper, are much more risky, and we cannot forget the lesson that Putin's aggressive behavior told us. Some people say we cannot take on China as long as we still have this Russian aggression on our hands. I think the opposite is true. These totalitarian dictators, Putin and Xi Jinping, are like Siamese twins, joined at the hip. If we allow one of them to succeed, that strengthens also the other. That is one theater, and we have to form an alliance of like-minded countries. And I think there are many countries that have understood that the kind of world order that Xi Jinping and Putin are pursuing would deny agency to smaller countries, to less powerful countries. And that's why they certainly do not have an interest in falling victim to that. In order to be able to move, we have ourselves to reduce the dependencies, and that means redirecting our supply chains, redirecting our technological policies, avoiding the practice that has often enough, unfortunately, been the case, that we feed into even the technological development of the PLA because we don't take care of their efforts to exploit our academic research, for instance. I believe that increasingly there is a consensus between the human rights community and the national security community and big parts of the business community, that we have to wean ourselves of the Chinese dependency. This is not going to happen in one day. You cannot turn around on a heel, but you have to develop a strategy for that, and that has to be an all of society effort. And in that context, we also have to call out those people that are the stooges of Beijing, those people that play on behalf of Beijing, like some former ministers from different parties. I'm not naming the names here, but you know who I have in sight. And I believe this is a very fundamental challenge. And what our foreign minister has been demonstrating, and I'm very grateful for that, is that a policy that would be adequate to the challenge cannot play our values against our interests. Our values are part of our interests. Defending the democratic values, the human rights, the rule of law, that is also part of our interest in that systemic competition, and everybody has to play along. I recently heard somebody from industry who was asked, how would industry want to see China relations develop? And the man answered, I'm not answering the question, because the real question is, how will industry have to respond to the challenges by democratic society in countering Chinese policy? And I think he was right.
Thank you very much indeed, Herr Bütikofer, and for making the time to join us today. Our next speaker, because our time is pressing, Kai Müller from the Tibet Initiative.
No,
International, indeed. Campaign for Tibet. I'm so sorry. Too many fascinating groups here on the podium with me. I think one thing that's happened with Tibet issues, as a lot of attention has been on Uyghur issues, has been a slight drop off in focus. I wonder, I'm very pleased that you're able to, with ICT, to bring that back into focus for us here today. So please.
Yeah, thank you, Didi. Just a word about myself, my organization, the International Campaign for Tibet works since 1988 towards freedom and democracy in Tibet. We are basically a organization of Tibetans and Westerners. I happen to be a Westerner today, but I would like to relay also, I think, the appreciation of my Tibetan colleagues for your solidarity of our Chinese Taiwanese, Uyghur, and Mongolian friends, and of course from Hong Kong as well. So this is really important. I think it stresses also one very significant factor here, and that's the one of interdependence. So what has been happening in Tibet has shown elsewhere. What has been happening in southern Mongolia has shown elsewhere. What is now happening in Hong Kong has shown elsewhere. So it is really crucial for a wholesome perspective on the CCP policies to not just focus on one issue, but to understand the whole package. And I think that is one lesson learned that needs to be learned from my perspective from the past, because if we look at Tibet, I mean, you all recall the 2008 pre-Olympic protests that happened countrywide in Tibet that were clamped down, followed by a row of self-immolations of around about more than 150 Tibetans. And what was the reaction of the international community? There were indeed a number of parliamentarians, governments, and also the UN, then High Commissioner, speaking out on the self-immolations, but no concrete action was followed up on it by government. So I think that was a grave mistake, because it allowed the Chinese government to test the waters. I mean, it was sort of, if you will, not just an attempt to what they call pacify Tibet and the resistance there, but also to test out new strategies, because I think they understood that by 2008, the strategies they had applied to Tibet at the time were not working. So they had to come up with something new. And that was Chen Guangguo, amongst others, but predominantly him, the TAR, so-called Tibet Autonomous Region Party Secretary, who later, after 2016, moved on to East Turkestan. So what did he do? He applied a number of repressive measures, for example, like installing convenient police stations every 100, 150 meters from each other in distance in urban centers. He tried out technological surveillance for the first time, and so forth. And he developed really a proactive approach to repression, which we then saw in East Turkestan, because it was no longer sufficient for them apparently to react to acts of protest and dissidence, but they then went proactively to the individual Tibetan household. It virtually was the case. They sent party cadres to the countryside in Tibet to knock on doors, to look what is the portrait of the four great leaders, what hanging up on a wall, and not the Dalai Lama or somebody else. So this, and I must know, Chen Guangguo never got on the sanctuary list. He never got there. I mean, he's now out in Xinjiang as well. He's Turkestan, but he never got on that list. So, and what he did in East Turkestan was to further develop the technological surveillance. And it comes back now, we've heard about the DNA collection, a massive DNA collection going on Tibet now, as reported by Human Rights Watch and Canadian Citizen Lab, and so forth. Jumping to the next interdependence, relocation of nomads and Tibetans. Talk to our southern Mongolian friends, what has happened in Mongolia. And it is so reminiscent of what has been going on in Tibet these days or over the past 20 years. So that means enforced settlement of nomads, destruction of an autonomous, self-determined lifestyle without alternative, and bringing them into a market economy structure. Third, Dalai Lama succession, appointment of clergy. Look at the Catholic Church. It's the same game we played. The underground churches, unfortunately, the Vatican has agreed to make a somewhat deal with the CCP, which doesn't work out for the Catholics, as far as we know. We are very concerned that if the next Dalai Lama is being picked by the CCP against the rights of the religious rights of Tibet, that this will cause conflict in Tibet, we ask for governments to raise the stakes with the CCP in order to prevent conflict as a measure of conflict prevention. Fourth, Taiwan and Tibet, the status issue. Why is it that whenever the German government talks about the Dalai Lama, they have to, as a reflex, state that they consider Tibet as a part of China, as they have done in 2020 to a totally unrelated question on a dialogue? Why is that so? This should make you think, everybody who works on Taiwan. You have to be mindful. All of this, as we have monitored over the past years, happened vis-a-vis a strange sort of, I would say, delusionary, self-delusionary foreign policy here in Germany and perhaps beyond. One of which is compartmentalization. So the attempt to take one issue, human rights, to have it deal with one policy structure, with one ministry. Trade, another ministry. Strategic interests, another ministry. Health, another ministry. So this has led effectively to a sanitization of issues that were unpleasant to talk about, where they feared it may hamper progress in other areas. And climate change, I mean, look at Pelosi and Taiwan visit. What did they announce? We want to halt the climate talks with the US. So it's also becoming a subject of trade-offs, right? And that's not right. Contrary, what we would like to see is a perception, first, and understanding of the interdependence of all those developments, including in Tibet, which has gotten less attention over the past years, and unjustly so, I would say, given just what I've talked about, that all of this is part of an understanding of national security, of European security. I think the US is much further in their thinking of China. They are seeing the consequence. They are understanding the consequence of what is happening inside the PRC with regard to their position of China and how China acts on them. So this needs to be really changing. And yes, the stakes must be raised. We are calling for sanctions as well, calling for sanctions for those CCP officials who are responsible and accountable for the implementation of policies in Tibet. And we want language. We want clear position from the German government on the succession of the Dalai Lama. It has been half-baked, and it must be understood that the German government has a responsibility to contribute to conflict prevention on Tibet. It's not enough if it happens the Chinese bulldozer through the religious rights of the Tibetans that announce the Dalai Lama without much ado. It will have dire consequences. So the stakes must be raised. And one last thing, we are always asking for governments to do things for the Tibetans. It should be in their self-interest. That being said, but Tibetans have something to offer. They are partners in values. Let's understand that. The Tibetan government in exile tries hard to establish a democratic structure in exile, in Dharamsala in India. And the same, the civil society commitment from the Uyghurs, from the Hong Kongers, from the Taiwanese, it must be acknowledged as partners in values, as Wertepartner for us here in Europe, in an increasingly autocratic world. We need to really change this perception on these stakeholders in the world. And I'd like to close with that.
You want to change some of the questions?
I think in the interest of time, I'll just speak them without the microphone. Thank you very much, Kai.
in other words, Tibet as part of the solution for Europe, for America in dealing with China and dealing with autocracy, which is of course the argument that people make in Taiwan as well, that how much they have to offer experience of China, really granular, close knowledge of that system, of the culture, of people, and inside knowledge. And we are not making enough use of it, as you said. How do you concretely, how could we do more? How can the German government do more?
Well, they should support initiatives on a UN level where something is at stake. They must invest political capital. And political capital is cannot be reduced to statements. Statements are necessary. I'm not saying they are unimportant. They are important, but we are beyond the stage of statements. We are definitely. And the EU has taken the right step to issue sanctions on those 4 individuals and 1 institution, I believe, in Xinjiang, in East Turkestan. That was a right step. But it was also a very modest step, I would say. And now with regard to, I mean, just if we talk about the report by Ms. Bachelet, I would say it is also in the interest of all of us that there are consequences being taken first at the Human Rights Council, at the United Nations, that institutionalize a monitoring of CCP policies towards the Uyghurs, but also towards the Tibetans, the Hong Kongers, and the Chinese human rights defenders. Let's not forget about that. So much the German government can stick their head out.
Thank you. I know I'm running over time and I apologize. It's been such a fascinating panel, so please bear with me. I do have one final small question for you. It's a big topic, but maybe you have a few words to say. We've seen the issues on the border with India. Now, the Mao's five-finger policy pushing south from the Tibetan plateau. Why do you think this is happening? What have you had thoughts about this? Is there any discussion about this among Tibetan thinkers, thought leaders, political leaders?
Yeah, I would say that's really a tough issue because I mean the Tibetans in India have a distinct interest in this situation, and I think what Tibetans are talking about in this context is not so much the concrete developments. I mean, this is of interest as well, but about the solution to this aggressive foreign policy. And I mean, if one goes back to the 80s, we may come across the Dalai Lama's 5-point peace statement, the proposal from Strasbourg at the time where he said, okay, let's demilitarize Tibet, right? So that there's a zone of peace. He called it ahimsa, yeah, in India, a zone of peace, right? So I think there's also a geostrategic component to what is going on in Tibet. If Tibet were truly pacified in terms of the respect of the rights of the people, I'm very certain this would also reflect on how the situation at the borders are, how the Chinese foreign policy would express itself towards India, Bhutan, Nepal, all of those neighboring countries. So I think there's a larger picture to be considered.
Thank you very, very much. I think we need to move on swiftly now. Last but not least, Si Haimiao.
Yeah.
Thank you very much again. Do you too to speak about Mongolia? Mongolia.
Ja, guten Tag, ich danke euch hier über Innere Mongolei Kurs berichtet zu hören. Ich danke sehr. Weil Innere Mongolei, Südmongolei wurde in eine Ecke gestellt von internationaler Gesellschaft vergessen wird. Deswegen, ich bitte um Entschuldigung, weil wir haben eigene Arbeit nicht gut organisiert. Deswegen diese passiert. Dann, wir möchten nicht von internationaler Gesellschaft vergessen. Ein Volk, zum Beispiel meine Vorfahren, ja, Genghis Khan, wer weiß das. Aber wir jetzt in einer Situation, unsere Volk Überlebensproblem. Aber wer hat nicht gesehen?
unsere Welt. Und ich kann nur ein paar, weil ich rede immer diese Zeitproblem, ja, 8 Minuten, manchmal mehr geredet. Ich möchte eine kulturelle, diese 1968, die chinesische Militär, General Deng Haijin, hatte diese 69 Linie militärische Einheiten in Inneren Mongolen, hatte Mongolen militärische diese wie heißt diese Notfall oder Not gestellt. Und dann die Mongolen ist fast 100.000 Mongolen wurde getötet und viele in Lager gestellt. Meine Mutter war in Lager, meine Großvater war in Lager getötet. Das passiert fast in jeder Familie. Das Welt hier bis jetzt, obwohl jemand hat geschrieben, aber weltweit, ich glaube nicht viele. Außerdem, unsere Bodenschaft wurde geliefert. Unsere Natursystem wurde zerstört. Deswegen gibt es diese Saatschenbau. Ich weiß nicht auf Deutsch, wie sagt man, diese Problem. Für ganze Welt ist auch eine Zerstörung von China. Wir gegen diese chinesische Kolonialismus. Wir möchten in eigenem Land als Hausherren bleiben. Aber jetzt nicht mehr. Jetzt die Chinesen wie ein Hochwasser. Bei uns ist 20 Millionen Chinesen da. 1981. Wir meinen, diese ist zu. Für unser Weiterleben ist es schwer. Und dann, wir haben eine Studentenbewegung organisiert. Ganzen Studenten teilgenommen. Aber trotzdem bleibt China ruhig gestellt. Damals bei uns, wir haben in die Hauptstadt von Südmongolei. Und dann, wir haben überall diese Demo organisiert. Aber damals in Hochhaut keine einzige Journalist von Ausland. Aber die chinesischen Journalisten sagten alle okay, alle gut. Ich weiß nicht, als eine weniger Leute, was sollen wir machen? Wir bitten um Hilfe, um Welt zuschauen, was in Südmongolei passiert. Von 2020, die China hatte mongolische Kinder in Schule, mongolische Lernen verboten, gesetzlich. Damals gibt es Bewegung gegen diese. Aber viele Leute, über 5000 Leute wurden verhaftet. Aber manche nachher unterschreiben, dann nach Hause gelassen. Und hatte letzten Jahre hatte unsere Kindergarten die mongolisch aufgehört. Und sogar in dieser Jahre passiert was, in Schilingol, mongolische Schule, diese Bücher, mongolische Bücher von Bibliothek, und alle rausgebrannt. Was ich weiß, in China vor 2000 gibt es Qinshi hatte diese Bücher verbrannt. Und die letzten 30er Jahre in Deutschland wird diese Bücher verbrannt. Aber in heute, 21.000 Jahre, in Inneren Mongolei, mongolische Bücher verbrannt. Wir dürfen nicht in Schule Mongolisch lernen. Was ist unsere Welt? Das ist China, ist grausam. Das ist der grausamste Kolonialherr in Südmongolei, auch in Tibet, auch in Ostturkestan. Deswegen, wir bitten unsere Welt, gucken oder schenken eine Aufmerksamkeit für uns. Unsere Probleme wurde von Welt. Dann ist das vielleicht für unsere Situation geht besser. Ich bin diese Jahre 60 Jahre alt. Ich bin schon die der Jahre Rente geworden. Wie lange leben ist nicht weiter? Aber ich muss bitte Ende kämpfen. Wenn ich irgendwo da, ich bin in der Zeit, ist ein bisschen mehr geworden. Ich möchte alle die südmongolische Kollegen nicht vergessen, unsere Situation zu verbessern. Ich danke euch.
Vielen Dank, Herr Sie. Sie, Heiner, ich hätte eine Frage für Sie auch, natürlich. Wir haben gehört von Versuchen, also dass man sich zusammenstellt und versucht zu organisieren. Wie sieht es bei, jetzt bin ich natürlich zu ignorant in diese Frage, und können Sie uns erklären, wie ist das organisiert mit der innermongolische Leute wie Sie, dass Sie in der Welt, dass Sie sich zusammenstellen? Haben Sie da eine Organisation weltweit? Oder wie viele verschiedene gibt es hier und da und überall? Können Sie das etwas erklären?
Ja. Als ich rauskam, ja, wir haben 1997 in den USA eine innere mongolische Volkspartei organisiert in New Jersey. Und wir sind, bei uns ist die Menschenrechte, bei uns nicht nur Menschenrechte-Problem, auch ein Volksrecht. Wir sind als eine Nation jetzt untergestellt auf diese grausame, und außerdem, wir haben diese Organisation, und 2016, wir haben in Japan südmongolische Weltkongress, diese uigurische Weltkongress, ja, wir haben auch organisiert. Und 2018, ich habe auch in Japan die Free Interim organisiert von Japan, Tibet, Uigur, Taiwan und Südmongolei. Ich bin auch als Organisator, als Vizepräsident in dieser Organisation. In Innere Mongolei, ich bin Vorsitzender. In Weltkonferenz von Südmongolei, ich bin auch Vorsitzender. Meine Lieben, ich habe schon über 40 Jahre gekämpft. Ich kämpfe weiter. Ich bitte um eine Hilfe, unsere Probleme in der Welt aufmerksam schenken wird. Danke sehr.
Ja, viel zu überlegen. Das kann man noch sagen. Ich sage nichts mehr. Herzlichen Dank, außer herzlichen Dank an ihn auch. Und Tinti, zurück an die Chefin. Okay. Please, the next.
30个告诉我的感受，一口二战德语。
华华 ，please。听声音。
芳华是你吗
？David。
赵老师，您是主持人，是不是坐在？
我是。
对呀，坐在中间嘛，没关系，我坐。
华的呢？
华华的在这儿上面。这是尾到10走了吗？其实第一场还没。
All right, we have another about 40 minutes, and then we will have a coffee break. But if you cannot wait that long, you can stand up and grab a coffee. But I think we have to continue now. Our next session, we will discuss quite different things. It's not quite the topic, the outlook for a peaceful existence. But anyway, our first speaker will be Didi, because she is a scholar, she is a journalist, and well, maybe you can introduce yourself a little bit. That's much better. Okay.
Okay, hi everyone. Thank you, Tianxi. You missed earlier when I was moderating. I had a big, enormous round of praise for you because of your incredible efforts at organizing this event every year. You were, I think, busy off stage organizing something else to do with it. So you missed the comments. I wanted to repeat them. Thank you. It's really extraordinary. And just to move swiftly on because time is tight, and I also don't want to speak for too long. I am a journalist. I have been for 20 plus years. The last few years after leaving China, I made a move to Berlin, and I moved to think tanks in order really to deepen research, to get away from the daily pressure of journalism. I'm now back in journalism and using some of that knowledge to do more deeper investigative reporting. And I think to my personal background, I'm from Hong Kong. I was born and raised there and have lived 39 years of my life in some part of China, so 4 decades, and I'm now in Berlin. I think the topic of today is, I chose a slightly provocative title. I'll read it out if I can find it. Yeah, we're infiltrated, and it's not red under the bed panic, but it's real and it matters. Now, why did I use this Cold War phrase that people associate with America, reds under the beds? It's a silly phrase in a way. Why did I pick it? When I went back to journalism, I heard this quite a lot from editors. Okay, you're doing China. We don't want to have reds under the bed style journalism. You know, we don't want that kind of panic and prejudice, which I fully understand and completely support. We don't. However, we do need to look very, very carefully at what the Communist Party of China is doing in our midst. And we haven't done that. In Europe, in America, in Canada, in Australia, in Africa, in the Middle East, everywhere, South America, we haven't done that ever. Really, in human history, we have never done that. Not just the Communist Party, but any Chinese polity, any Chinese political system, what is it doing in our midst? We have never done that. So we really, really need to do it. And we need to be very clear that the system we are dealing with, facing, is essentially, it's a Leninist system. It hasn't changed virtually at all since 1949. Those who say it has, I don't think that's accurate. I think it's changed in structure in some places, for sure, but the essence of it, the fundamental ideas, the methods, the doing of it, the action, this sort of action that lies behind a Leninist system, this idea of constantly moving political campaigns and activities. Things can never stop and settle and grow organically. They have to be constantly forced, pushed, managed. Yeah, that's a very real thing. And I think that what we're dealing with now, when we have to manage in our midst, not just Chinese business interests and what we need from that or what we take from that, but also Chinese political interests, increasingly what we need to do is face the reality of something called transnational oppression. This is no news to many people in the room. You're familiar with it. I'm familiar with it too. A very brief story. I was visited by a friend from China about 2 years ago. this person came and admitted to me that they were had worked with the Ministry of State Security on various things in order to be able to do their other job in China, which involved contact with non-Chinese and in my case a journalist. And they came here and you know, this person had been a contact of mine, almost a friend if you like, and I was being given a message, and the message I had was, you know, in China today you can talk about most things. You can have this conversation in society, or you can criticize maybe this aspect of something, perhaps something to do with a school or something like this. The one thing you can't do, and she sort of looked at me, one thing you can't do is, and I said, wait, I know what it is. She said, yes, you cannot criticize the power of the Communist Party. That's it. So don't do that overseas either. And then subsequently, you know, came the offer, would you like to see some articles that I read to stay in touch with what's going on in China? Because now, of course, you're in Berlin, you're overseas, how can you possibly stay in touch? You must feel you're falling out of touch. And here's a USB cable I can give to you where I have preloaded some of my favorite articles from the recent week. And I said, well, thank you very much. It's a small example. It wasn't a particularly frightening example for me. There are much worse ones, I know that. But it does illustrate something I think that is an experience for very many people now living outside of China, people who have long experience, intimate contact or interests with China. So, you know, how are we going to deal with this growing system? You will all know about United Front, United Front work, the United Front system, this attitude of how to spread revolution. Essentially, it means how do you identify people, you sort them into three categories. There are those who are friendly, there are those who are on the fence but can be won over, they're okay too. And then you isolate the third category, who are the enemies. They must be destroyed. Now, this is a thinking, the United Front work is all party work. All aspects and sections and parts of the party have to do United Front work. And then there's the whole bureaucracy of the United Front. Most recently, some of you will have seen the reports about police stations spreading around the world. Now, these are set up by various aspects of the Communist Party's United Front system. The United Front Work Department is, of course, one of 4 departments directly under the Central Committee of the Communist Party. The propaganda department is another one. Why? It's a question, you know, why are our societies tolerating the existence of such of police stations, to put it in bunny ears, to euphemize it? Why are we tolerating them in our midst? We have sovereignty here. Democratic countries and systems have sovereignty over their own states, and yet we're kind of just not really taking it seriously. I find this extraordinary, really extraordinary. And I think somehow we need to connect and communicate to the people who run our societies, whose overwhelming focus is firstly on themselves and on their own societies, on, say, European systems or North American local concerns, and second of all, on the economy and, you know, a lot of trade with China. How do we communicate the sense that you do need to protect your own society because it is vulnerable? It is absolutely vulnerable. It's a serious issue, and we have to do this. As the party projects its power abroad, as I believe it is doing through a variety of ways, trade, diplomacy for sure, grassroots organizations, a whole bunch of stuff, this problem is only going to get bigger unless we actually step in and stop it. So that's just a short word about, I don't ascribe to the idea of Reds under the beds, but we do have an issue with the Communist Party of China in our midst, and we do need to face it and deal with it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Didi. You focus on this infiltration through the CCP, and we all know this 千人计划, this 1,000 specialist project launched by the Chinese government. They send out their students, scholars to foreign countries, and all the fields, the scientific fields, economic fields, cultural fields in Western, just like an open book. All the Chinese can look at it and just participate in the research work. That's why China goes the development in rocketing, and they are nowadays, even in the high tech, they are leading in the world. And but the American, and you mentioned also Canada and other countries, they have noticed that since quite a long time. But in Europe, the people are really old Europe, they are really sleeping till maybe the recent couple of years. What do you think? We haven't done enough, right? In this place.
I mean, my own theory about this is that Europe is suffering from something which I call late Orientalism, which is that these old habits of thought rooted in colonial pasts, which was called Orientalism, a famous intellectual phase and way of seeing the world in Europe, it is somehow carrying on today through a sheer lack of understanding, interest, if you like, and above all, a kind of a hidden sense of, well, what could China ever do to us anyway? You know, what can they do? We're so great, we're so strong, we're so fine. No, now people here know that's not true. People are very self-critical of Europe too. I know that's the case. But there's this lingering sense of not taking the whole thing seriously. And to me, this is a really fatal error. I think we do need to take it seriously.
An old, arrogant European attitude.
And if I may add, also an overcompensation. And then you have the left wing in Europe, which I believe is very troubled in the sense that it overcompensates by saying, oh, yeah, but look, you know, Communist Party is fine. You get these very kind of like rigid left-wing attitudes, and to the point where people they have colonial guilt, perhaps a little bit, but that's a bit old-fashioned too. I don't really dwell on that, but they really are afraid of saying, yes, we are being infiltrated. What is this group here which takes Chinese officials and then pressures its environment, overseas Chinese in the environment, if they're students or business people or entrepreneurs or whatever, organizes them in Germany, for example, what to further the aims of the Communist Party in economics and politics. People won't say, who are you? What are you? Why are you doing this? Because they're afraid of being accused of being a racist, for example. And this is the left-wing fear, yeah, of being anti-communist, of being called a racist. And I can understand this fear because these are serious accusations, being racist, serious accusation. Anti-communist, one could, just debate. So I think that's the point. It's this left-wing fear of being somehow politically incorrect is also very much hobbling us.
Thank you very much. Well, I can talk to you for hours, but our next speaker, David Misas, is from the Tibet Initiative. I'm really happy that such a young guy, very intelligent, very devoted, and you join our work in human rights issues, Tibet issues, and many others. Now you are talking to us about a very special topic, colonial boarding schools in Tibet. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you so much for having me and these very nice words at the beginning before I even said anything. Yeah, as you mentioned, I'm going to talk about one very particular issue that we at Tibet Initiative have been working on in the past weeks and months, which are colonial boarding schools in Tibet. And this is a strategy by China to eradicate Tibetan identity from the very beginning, from a very early age. There are numbers by one US organization that approximately 800,000 Tibetan children between 6 and 18 years are living in colonial boarding schools at the moment. And that means that 78% of Tibetan students are in these schools between 6 and 18. And for 4 and 5-year-old children, we don't have exact numbers, but also there probably are a few hundreds of thousands in these boarding schools. These schools specifically target Tibetans and other so-called ethnic minorities. If you compare it with the rate of Chinese students in boarding schools, that rate is dramatically lower. This whole boarding school system was implemented as part of China's school consolidation policy at the beginning of the millennium. Many rural schools all over China were closed down and merged into boarding schools. And then in 2012, in other areas in China, these boarding schools were closed and rural schools came back, but not so in the minority regions. In 2015, the State Council called for strengthening boarding school construction to realize the long-term stability of the country. So the result was, as I said, that in Tibetan areas, much more children are sent to boarding schools. If you look at whole China, only 14.1% of rural elementary children are boarding in boarding schools, and in the TAR, in the Tibetan Autonomous Region, almost 80% of elementary school children are in boarding schools. These are numbers from 2018. The risk of these schools is that the children are losing their mother tongue and their connection to their cultural identity. As classes in these schools are in Chinese and they live apart from families and culture. The State Council is also very clear about these schools. In 2018, it said, or it called for actively carrying out educational and teaching activities in boarding schools that are conducive to promoting ethnic unity and integration, and guide students to widely use the national language, meaning Chinese, in school life and learning. Then, 2021, the National People's Congress ruled that local regulations permitting schools to use minority languages are incompatible with the Chinese constitution. In the same year, the Minister of Education ordered that all ethnic and rural kindergartens must operate in Mandarin by fall 2021. So all these regulations are also supported by witness statements from Tibet, and I would like to quote one elementary school teacher. Quote, "In my area, it is mandatory to send children aged 4 and above to boarding schools. Usually there are very few Tibetan teachers, the majority are Chinese. So teachers only speak in Mandarin and conduct old school curriculum in Mandarin, including nursery rhymes and bedtime stories. When they join primary school at age 7, hardly any of them can speak Tibetan." So we see that there's a generation growing up that really forgets their own language. And that's also because parents have no choice. They are compelled to send their children to boarding schools because there is a lack of alternatives, because all of the other schools were closed down. And then in addition to that, there are intimidation and threats that are used to coerce reluctant parents to send their children to such schools. So police officers are coming to villages and threatening parents, fines are imposed to parents, so that in the end, children have to go to these schools. The results of the boarding schools are emotional and psychological distress, including extreme feelings of loneliness and isolation. There was a survey by a Tibetan researcher in 2016 where they interviewed youth attending rural boarding schools in Sunheim, and they found that more than 1 in 3 children were experiencing high levels of alienation. They found that Tibetan children developed an inability to connect in a meaningful way with others. Why is that? In these schools, we have individual accounts of sexual harassment, bullying, making students to reject their own roots, and contact to family is heavily restricted. In Sichuan, Chinese researchers documented that due to distance and difficult travel, as many as 80% of Tibetan children do not return home during the school year, even for holidays. And also phone calls are regulated. In some schools, only a few minutes per day are allowed to call home. Other schools, children have to give away their cell phones. There is another study by another Chinese researcher as well on the TRA boarding schools, where this researcher recalls scenes where parents are attempting to visit their children in Lhasa, the boarding school in Lhasa. The parents are shut out of the school grounds and they try to meet their children at a fence at the border of the school, but they are not allowed to go in. They are trying to give the children some treats or their necessities, but this was discouraged by teachers who told the children that they would lose academic points if they went to the fence to do that. So I want to end with 2 quotes of this researcher who did this study in the school in Lhasa. Quote 1, "A girl in the 4th grade told me her parents did not come. I asked her if she wanted her parents to come. She replied that she didn't want them to come. She told her parents not to come to school because points would be deducted if they came to school. She asked, if the points were not deducted, would you want them to come? She nodded while carrying on cleaning." And quote 2, "I saw a little boy from 2nd grade talking to a parent across the fence, looking back while talking, frowning, worried that the teacher on duty would catch him and deduct points. The students hurriedly took things from the parents and ran back. The expression on the little boy's face indicated that he wanted to cry." So these are the stories that are happening in Tibet, and this is why we believe that these colonial boarding schools have to be shut down immediately to prevent that Tibetan identity is even eradicated further. Thank you.
Thank you very much. David, would you agree that if we call this is a part of the so-called cultural genocide? Well, this word genocide is very strong, but we are talking about 文化种族绝灭. That happens in Tibet, happened in South Mongolia or in Xinjiang and so on. Do you know that?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think this is the strategy of the CCP to basically take away people's identity, so that then from the very young age, Tibetans, Uyghurs, Inner Mongolians are somehow brainwashed to think that they are Chinese, and Chinese, what they are taught by the CCP is that Chinese means supporting the CCP. So this obviously is the goal in Tibet, but all the other regions as well, to eradicate the identity, and with this also any kind of resistance against the regime.
Thank you very much. I see that our friends Marie Holtzman, Ho Chi Minh in France, in Paris, and Wang Guanru in London, Changping in Düsseldorf, they are all online, and one, yes. And now I'm really happy that they join us here in the conference in another way. And our next speaker will be Wang Anna, Wang Ruiqing. She is the head of the ITK Media based in Washington, D.C. And we have to say our thank you very much to Wang Anna, because she and her staff support us with all these technical things. Otherwise, we are not able to have this combined conference, Zoom and presents. 安娜，现在就请你发言。首先，我刚才已经说了，非常非常感谢光传媒一直这么多年来一直支持我们。像今天我们这个会议，没有你的支持，我们是没有办法开的。好，现在请你发言好吗？ You have the floor.
Hello, everyone. Thank you invite me. Today, I'm so glad to be here. So I just talking about minority in China. 所以我今天想跟大家探讨的一个话题就是中共70年统治在中国的民族冲突以及民族镇压过程当中汉族的角色。我直接用汉语讲完，不需要翻译是吧？直接用汉语讲完是吗？
对，可以。
可以的，你就直接讲吧，你就一直讲完。
OK， 作为一个汉族，我对这些问题有着深刻的感受。1985年，我大学毕业，分配到青海民族学院， 当时我一个同寝室的朋友，他毕业于中央民大，他是一个少数民族，他是一个蒙古族。那么他就告诉我，在他们中央民大的时候，有他们同班的同学是内蒙古人民党的子女，就讲到说，当时对内蒙古人民党的镇压的时候呢，就是因为他们抓人很多，也没有很多的这种比如手铐这种戒具，直接就拿个粗铁丝，就通过人的锁骨，就把这些一串一串人通过一个铁丝穿着锁骨就往这个监狱里头赶。那么他的这个同班同学呢的父亲就是这个被穿着锁骨的之一。我当时特别震惊，我觉得这个事情我为所未闻。那么从此以后呢，当然也是在民主院校，那么我就比较多的关注这个民族问题。那么可以说，中共的统治就从始至今一直贯穿着非常严重的这种民族压迫和种族迫害。那么不论回顾中共70年统治，那么从1956年开始，从1956年的这个西藏大起义，那么一直到1966年的内蒙古人民党，那么1975年的云南沙嗲的回族起义，回族暴动吧所谓，那么到1989年的藏族314的起义，以及这个延衔到现在的这个维吾尔的这种残暴的镇压。那么在这个过程当中呢，我有很多这样的朋友，我就会经常反思，就是说为什么短短的中共的统治的70年，每一个时期都贯穿着一个大的民族的这种镇压，回族、蒙古族、藏族、维吾尔族，所有的北方的少数民族里头，重大的少数民族无一例外。那么这些问题呢，实际上就是在这个过程当中，对各个少数民族的镇压，应该讲是非常的残酷。内蒙古人民党的这种镇压呢，不亚于现在的维吾尔族的集中营。这个我非常理解习海明主席的愤怒。那么因为种种原因，对这个问题的关注是不够的。比如说云南的沙嗲事件，1975年，当时是邓小平指挥的这场屠杀，实际上的6000人的村庄，1500多人死亡，那么其中呢，儿童呢就占了1/5。所以这个呢，就是邓小平他不光是说6·4屠杀，他对各个少数民族的屠杀从来不手软。那他不仅是这个6·4的屠夫凶手，他是整个中国人民的凶手。那么在这个问题上呢，我就在反思，就是我们汉族在这个历次的民族屠杀过程当中，我们普通人的角色是什么？我们的态度，那这个是什么？所以这个问题呢，当然也是比较敏感。我想也不会每一个人都会有相同的观点或者说同意我的观点。那么我想呢，这个必须看到一个事实，就是说中共这个政权最近呢，这个蓬佩奥国务卿，他在哈德逊研究所有2期非常精彩的节目。那么他的第1期节目呢，就是说中共不代表中国人民，他的节目大概3分钟，字字珠玑。他说这个中共不代表中国人民，而且中共是个舶来品，这个词儿用的特别精彩。那就是中共它本身它不是我们中华中华文化的产物，它是一个苏俄的分支机构，它是个舶来品。但是我们非常遗憾的就是中共的核心是汉族组成的。那么所以说中共建立的政权，那么在这个过程当中，汉族的作用是很大的。那么翻过来讲，我们汉族对此的责任也是很大的。那么由于这个中共政权的建立，中国文化在此就被割断。那么实际上我们现在中国大陆人的文化已然不是中国文化，而是中共的党文化。 那么在此呢，就是说10几亿中国人民，尤其是汉族，都是受到党文化的荼毒。所以我就在此呼吁，就是说，尤其是各界，包括我们这个欧洲各界，对中国基督教的这个关注，对中国基督教的传播，其实至关重要。只有基督教文化取代了中共的党文化，那么这样中国人民才有更多的反思，才有更多的约束和道德重建。那么这个我尤其想说明的就是，现在中国大陆人不能说他是传统中国大陆中国人，不是等于经典意义上的中国人。所以现在说中国的文化全是党文化，这是我特别强调的一点。那么汉族在这个过程当中的扮的角色呢？那当然，我想我们今天在座的也多数都是汉族。那我们首先呢，就是说，这个中共这些年统治最大的牺牲者是汉族。那么我们这些就不要说正反呀、右派呀，就是大饥饿，一直到现在。那么现在20大之前说有100万人被囚禁，那我相信绝大多数都是汉族。所以呢，这个汉族在这个角色里头，我觉得非常悲哀。就是汉族首先是个受害者，是中共政权的受害者，但他同时也是这个对其他少数民族暴政的加害者。那么我们只有这个汉族在这个过程中反思我们在这个历次对少数民族镇压中的角色，我们要反思，我们要悔过，然后在这个过程中我们要反省，同时最重要的是要反抗，就是拒绝这个基层的平庸之恶，拒绝这个基层之恶。只有呢，就是说大家只有结束中共暴政，就是各个民族中共之下的，只有结束中共暴政，就中国才可能结束或者减免更多的灾难。如果中共暴政在的话，灾难始终无休止，而且只会上来越来越多的灾难。各位都看到现在中国的灾难空前的，每天都每时每刻都发生。所以呢，我在此我非常感谢会议方邀请我参加这样的会议，我很荣幸。我们也很高兴有这样的机会为会议服务，我们希望能够继续的进行长期的服务和合作。那么在此最后，我呼吁所有的汉族，我们要反思我们在这当中的角色，我们不能做中共的帮凶，我们要为各个民族的和睦相处，我们要为和平，要为中国民主宪政一起努力。谢谢大家。
这个非常感谢这个。
Das funktioniert schon wieder nicht.
非常感谢这个安娜，你说的这个题目非常非常的重要。我现在简短的把这个组合一下，说一下。I make a very short summary of what Anna has spoken. She said, the 7 decades of under the control, under the government of the CCP, the conflict between different nationalities becomes severe and much severe. In the 50s, it was the conflict in Tibet. In the 66, it's the massacre in the Mongolai. In the 76, killing the Muslims, and 89, the Tiananmen massacre. And then, no, not the Tiananmen, I'm sorry. 89, the March 14th, the massacre in Tibet. All this, and it goes so far that they even kill children. So, the Chinese Communist Party, they don't represent China. They don't represent the Chinese. They don't represent the Chinese culture. This party comes from the early Soviet Union. So it's how do you say an ET, a Fremdkörper, actually. And what kind of role does the Chinese people play in all this tragedy? She said, the Chinese people are victims, but they are also complicit. They are victims and they are perpetrators. They are complicit with this cruel government. So we have to come in terms with the past. Das ist Vergangenheitsbewältigung auf Deutsch. And we have to think about all the crimes has been committed in all the Han Chinese name. So that's, we have to really rethink what happened in the past. That's the main points of Anna Wang's speech. I think it's really very inspiring, and thank you so much, Anna Wang. 非常感谢你。对不起，I have to cut a little bit short of our coffee break. It was actually planned for 30 minutes, but maybe you will be also satisfied with 15 or even 20 minutes. So our last speaker is Mr. Huang Hua. He comes from London and he represents the Democracy Party in the Overseas Democratic Party, Democracy Party. And so, please.
Thank you. 谢谢大家。I would like to make my speech in Mandarin because my member is watching, and but my topic is talking about using shortwave radio to promote freedom, democracy, and human rights to Chinese people in mainland China. I try my best speak some English, but Mandarin for me is okay. 首先，我想谢谢这个廖女士，潘永忠先生，谢谢。谢谢你们邀请我来参加这个重要的会议，因为我自从90年代初参加民运以来呢，很少走出英国，这是第二次出国，第一次出国是在2007年07年的时候去美国参加了一次会议。那今天这个会议呢，叫这个自由民主人权的保卫战。那我感觉到这个会议呢组织的很好无论是主题还有会务工作，非常的精致。作为我一个做事情的人呢，我学到了很多东西。那我没有太多的话要说，我只是问我自己2个问题。在1989年6月4号，就是天安门大屠杀的时候，为什么中国军人能够在天安门广场执行上面的命令，就是他们开枪杀人不仅杀成年人，而且还杀了很多这个孩子。这是我的一个问题，这是我问自己的。还有第2个问题是，俄罗斯的这个独裁者普京他现在要威胁用核武器来打击这个乌克兰人，甚至可能打击西方国家。那么我们怎么样才能够期望俄罗斯军人在最后一刻能够拒绝按下这个Ukraine button？ 怎么样才能做到的？我经常在想这个问题，就是万一他真的，那我住在伦敦，他一颗导弹过来，不全部完了吗？那么最后的希望就寄托在他最后那个军人不按下那个 button。那么我的答案就是说呢，我们应该充分的使用我们的媒体来宣传普世价值，宣传人权如果让每一个军人他们都有一个人权的意识那么我想这种事情可能最后能够避免，这是我们最后的选择，这可能涉及到全球的人类文明。这就是我的自己的想法。那么作为我自己呢，我是想，那我们最近呢在建立一个短波电台的 shortwave station。那么我们呢想利用这个短波电台 shortwave station to promote
这个 human rights， 但这个工作呢有点难度，因为英国离中国太远，所以可能我们会建立某些基地在台湾啊或者南朝鲜这些地方。因为我是50后出生的，那么我以前在英人蒙古里啊，在内蒙古，我也在那个内蒙古生产建设兵团，那是属于北京军区的，要算半个军人吧。我们那个时候我才16岁，我就偷听警台，我们把被子蒙起来，因为那时候没有耳机，所以我们偷听警台。所以说呢，这个东西呢，在中国还是有很大的市场。所以很多人说呢，在互联网时代呢，短波电台的黄金时代已经过去但是我认为呢，它很多的重要功能是 Internet 就是它不能够取代的。比如说，第一，独裁政权它没有办法阻止它最多就是电波干扰，但是呢，它没有办法把它 stop， 没有办法把它阻止。第二个就是对那个听众呢的安全问题。我有一个客人I have a client because I work in a legal firm, immigration legal firm in London. I'm an advisor. All my clients is from China. One of my clients told me he stay at home, use the mobile phone, watch Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube. And then one day, the police lock the door, then take him go to a police station for the interrogation, and ask him why you look at this, and make some comments. But my clients refuse, say no, I didn't do this. But then they showed all the evidence. When my clients sleep on the bed, he used the mobile phone, but the mobile phone there's a camera, Then the picture show all the picture in the room. So that means everything they monitor, even private life in China. So the firewall, even you can climb the firewall, but still will be targeted by the Chinese government. So that is quite dangerous for the Chinese people. And but the shortwave, you cannot touch it, and you cannot track it. This is the second, 就是安全性。那第三个呢，就是 shortwave 它有很多的特殊功能，就是比如说汶川大地震啊，什么突发事件，尤其是 the Chinese army, people allow the captain allow you to use radio, but not mobile phone, because mobile phone will focus your location. 这就是我想的。我们要使用一切的手段，向中国人民去宣传这个自由、民主和人权。如果大家都了解这些事情，都理解了这些，那么我说少数民族也好，将来再发生一个什么突发事件，像现在伊朗的问题都可能在最后的一刻中国人民会拒绝它。这是我的一个想法。那么我说我还要说英语吗？我就不说了吧，就简单说两句话，好不好？
这个不能用是不是？
我不用了，你其实这个声音。
声音够大了。Just very short summary. Mr. Huang Hua is planning to set up a shortwave broadcast station. And just to confront with the Chinese propaganda. But first, he has two questions. First, when he thinks back to 1989 to the June 4th massacre, his question is, how can the Chinese soldier follow the order and shoot his own people? Shoot his neighbors, shoot all the citizens. How could that happen? Second question, Putin threat our world with nuclear threat. Will his soldier follow his order or not? So it's important to educate these people through media, and that they will understand or accept the universal value. if they do that, they won't follow this kind of cruel order. And shortwave has lots of profit, and you know, the firewall or so what cannot stop it, but it is also a question of safety. If the people try to hear the shortwave, actually they cannot be detected. And when he was young, as a young student, he used to hear the enemy broadcasting, and that was in the 60s or 70s, is very dangerous in China. So shortwave, to use shortwave, the specialty of shortwave to confront the propaganda of a dictatorial regime. That's very important. So sorry, very shortly, just summarize that.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, I'm very sorry that we cut really 15 minutes of your coffee break, but you are welcome to have coffee and tea and some snacks. We will start at 4 o'clock. So 15 minutes break. Thank you very much.那我们有几辆车子已经安排好了，其他的人就是小丽跟她的夫君带2个，然后我们可以带2个，是刘芳跟那个欣欣，然后荷兰的4位先生你们可以自己去，对不对？你们可以开车自己去。然后其他的人呢，没有别的人有车了，对不对？其他的人最好4个人组成一个组，然后就坐 taxi 去，我们以后可以给你们报销，好不好？好像不行，我也没办法，但是我不愿意，不行，走路觉得不行，开车都已经蛮远的，我不愿意大家去坐公交的车子，到时候一个人丢了或者怎么样就很麻烦了，还是坐 taxi 好不好？那个最好你们4个人一组的好不好？Jürgen, du kannst mit 3 anderen zusammenfahren, oder 5:03 5:45 we can start. 5:45 现在几点了？So we just after we finish with our conference, you have a little bit time to take a rest, to go back to your room or something, so that so you have actually 1 hour to take a rest. 所以我们开完会以后，大概有1个小时，大家可以休息一下，到6点插1课的时候就集中起来。但是希望你们最好自己能够就组织起来，就是我刚才说的那几位就不用，黄华跟那个弟弟你们已经有了，然后我跟欣欣跟那个刘芳也有了，然后荷兰的4位也有了。The rest of you, would you please try to organize? For instance, Ben, you can with Jürgen and Michael or another one. Hey, 你应该是主持会议的吗？
我做的对，
你主持呀。
跟像主持人一样的。
我就在说分配那个车子的问题现在已经差不多了。比如说刘伟明还没有人，对不对？刘伟明还有荷兰的4位你们都有了。刘伟明，然后席海宁，还有那个思帆，还有那个Amber 你不去哈 ，you don't go, right? You don't join us. Sorry. It's all right. All right. We just want to organize with cars. 好不好？席海明，你跟思帆还有刘伟明，还有那个黄 黄宇、雨涵，你们4个好不好？好吧，你们自己注意到哈，你们4个人
注意到，县民负责付钱，
对，
来回
记一下好不好？
跟老师一起。
刘伟明、徐海明2个名，然后那个思帆，然后那个
欢迎，
然后2个黄，这个那个雨涵你要注意到哈，要
跟着老师，
习主席啊，习主席重要的这个。
哎，老师，你负责买单，然后
把发票给
我，就像去年一样，好吗？
那个 Ben and Jürgen, Misha and who else？ 我还忘记谁了。
对，我待会给你。
就没有别人了是吗？没有别人了。No other. You are 3. Jürgen do the task and then keep the receipt， 然后以后我可以给你 reimburse 好吧？你跟那个 Ben。You and Jürgen and Misha， 呀，你们3个，要得来呀 ？OK， 我们没有漏掉谁？
我不知道，刚没听到。小丽老师跟
有他们带
啊，带了个太棒了。那我们2个人带谁？啊，
新跟那个
刘芳，好。
OK，
我们5
点3刻就该在前面叫一个 taxi， 这样，所以我们开完会大家有1小时的时间休息。
对，好的。
首次会议吧，现在这个事情完全安，你弄清楚了吗 ？Rogers 是 Ben， 就是 Ben 跟那个Misha and 加上那个Jürgen，他们3个人没有更多的，这一圈朋友。最后一由他来读。
好的 ，OK， 好。那我们现在闭幕式开始。反正这次会议呢，我们是开的还是蛮成功的。每一年我们都做的挺好。刚刚呢，我和王国兴还有那个刘伟明，实际上在花园里边，他们在议论明年我们怎么做。然后呢，大家都提到了，有的是提的在海牙做，或者在巴黎做。在巴黎做呢，因为有玛丽·豪兹曼，他那个带队，他们有一个团队，我觉得挺好。然后呢，而且刚刚在考虑到费用的问题，怎么来处理？我跟他们提了一点，我说呢，明年要做的话，必须提前半年以上做准备，因为这个费用的事情要写申请报告，要做这个预备的，还有整个计划都要有人去做。他们说不怕，那个玛丽有一个团队，他们以前做过玛丽·豪兹曼是挺有意思的，也挺愿意做的。那只要我们这些人愿意去的，到时候在巴黎再聚会。这个现在是只是意一下，我告诉大家，就我们呢是坚持这个30多年一直在坚持做，每年都会做。所以呢，做了我们不觉得，我们的队伍在稀释，而且我们的新的人在进来，年轻的人在跟上来。而且我们的各个民族，原来你看，维吾尔族、蒙古族，然后那个新疆，还有那个西藏，跟我们都有很紧密的合作。后来又发生了香港，像香港问题、台湾问题，台湾是更不用说了。我从刚刚到德国以后，我就有背后就有人帮助我们、支持我们。这个人今天呢也在，唐小丽，大家都在说老潘背后是谁在帮他。实际上今天他来了，唐小丽老师坐在这里，我一直说，按照我们大陆的说法，良师益友，真的是良师益友。他帮了我们30多年，他退休了还在帮。实际上很多人都受益的，像高瑜、像姚建福，在国内都非常出名，大家都知道。高瑜还坐了牢，为了这个事，但是他的每一次出来，都是唐小丽为他们张罗费用，全部是唐小丽在张罗，但是外边都不知道，他也不愿意说，这个我就随便说一下。所以呢， 在那个大家都不知道，很多人都在议论，那实际上经验真实出来。我说一定要说一下，是不是 ？OK， 好，我们现在说第二个问题。那么今年的我们的会议实际上是挺成功的，为什么呢？第一个，我没想到黄华他有粉丝2000多个人，今天的实况现场直播，他那里就有2000多，而且呢，光传媒那里我们在线上的会议，很多人都参加了，连香港的他们现在待不下去，都跑到台湾去住了。那个真声港啊，是人民力量的领导人。但是香港事件发生以后，到台湾去了。我问他，我说你现在回到香港吗？就今天早晨，他说没有，在台湾。我说你准备在台北扎根了吗？他说回不去了，就在那里。假如你哪一天到台北来，我们热闹了，我们在台湾聚会。实际上，我很多的香港朋友，因为我长期在香港写文章，几个杂志都是我的朋友。现在他们都拒绝到台湾去，到台北去，所以他们希望我到台北去，我们再聚，肯定会很热闹。我有台湾的朋友，又有香港的朋友，我们可以在那里聚会。他今天始终在那个会场上听着我们讲，他尽管他年纪比我大10多岁，他始终叫我潘大哥。这在民运圈子里边，我也是个有名的潘大哥，就这么来的。这是第二个。另外一个呢？光传媒也有直播的线上，所以我们今天不孤单，我们不是这么少的，在这里只有这么一个小众，但是在参加我们的会议、听我们的会议，没几天就可以上万的人都在听，他们马上就会反悔过来。所以呢，我们不孤单，我们的力量会壮大，这是我要今天对我们这次会议感谢大家的最终目标。所以你们支持我们。大家来了，这些朋友像米霞呀，这些年一直有跟卡尔，我们都很熟，他们都是非常优秀的，在做的非常的好。我们得到你们的支持，我们更有劲了。反正我在我们的领导下，他怎么说我就怎么做。所以这一次，说句实话，大部分都是他做的，因为我突然之间我病倒，所以我病倒住在医院里面10多天。后来都是他一个人撑在那里做，真的，连谢大师也知道。这个我们应该是真的感谢他，我们有这样坚持、长期坚持，真的很不容易的。现在我康复了，大家都关心我，我说没事，我和大家一起，咱们还有几十年的奋斗，老公不倒，我也不倒，就是这么。老公倒了就倒，老公倒了，咱们就更兴奋了。是不是天下是我们民主的人民的？好，接下来呢，我们就先请廖老师做总结报告，然后呢，我们还有一个共识。这个共识呢，因为开了这次会议，大家都希望，我们基本上对一个民族问题，我们有一个共同的一个想法，做了这个。另外一点呢，就是在台湾问题，特别是台湾问题，像乌克兰的问题。我们也要有一个共识。刚刚谁在说？高健在说，他们悉尼开了一个会，也有一个共识。我们今年上半年4月份在柏林开了一个，他们也是连夜叫我起草了一个共识。那么今天我们柏林会议也学着他们一样起草了一个共识，有中文的，有英文的。待会儿罗杰斯会把英文的读一下。那么在读之前呢，我刚刚说的这些，大概很多朋友就没听懂。廖老师，简单的和你们说一下，翻译一下，简单的，因为我们有的是时间。
说了我头都晕了。事实上，他是做了这个会议的总结了吧？对不对？我就不用多说了。
哦，不是，我只是一个引子。
Well, Pan and some friends, 国兴还有那个陈忠和他们 they have just discussed about how shall we work together in future? How shall we really act? And they have some really good ideas. And Mr. Huanghua has also with his brilliant idea with the short wave to do the media work and to well, if you allow me to use the word, to educate the Chinese people, to enlighten them as a modern citizen of our planet, that not to have this very narrow-minded nationalism, and to accept really the universal value. Okay, and well, we through this conference we learned we got the support from many old friends, old supporter, Mrs. Tang Xiaoli, all the years, over 2 decades, actually more than that, and friends like Jürgen Kahn, like Michael Lei, and many other. I cannot mention all the names, and we work together with Enver, with Tibet organization, and for instance, also Didi and Liu Fang, and also from Daji Yuan, Sifan Dengdeng. And of course, not to forget Xi Hanming. I understand you are always very emotional, but I understand that totally, because I just dropped to translate what 是谁说的是刚才发言不是no 王瑞琴 Anna Wang, she's Wang Anna, she said when she was young and she studied in Qinghai, and so one of her student a classmate is from Mongolia, and she or he, I don't know whether it's a male or a woman, told her what happened to Mongolian people. They just arrest lots of Mongolian people and put 铁丝怎么说 iron strings through their Schlüsselbein. This bones here, how do you call this bone?
Oh, collarbone.
Yeah, collarbone. Through this collarbone and put these people together. It's so incredible, cruel. If I'm a Mongolian, I would also be so emotional. But I think, emotion by side, we have to think what we can do. Only shout, it doesn't help. We really have to use our head, our mind, to think that this is not a confront, or I'm sorry that I repeat, big, small, strong, weak. No, it is, we defend the universal value, we defend the dignity as human beings. I don't care whether it's Chinese, Mongolian, or Ukraine, or German, or England. This is the dignity of human beings we are going to protect. And because the Chinese communists, they commit all the crimes in the past, not only 70 years, since 1921, since the founding of this Communist Party, they continuously really offend human rights all the time. Okay, I think I just summarized very shortly to our conference. Our conference happened to fall in such a special time. Yes.
Before you summarize, I send you a very short suggestion. If it's possible to include to the conference consensus.
Of course, I
read it.
Yes, later. Yeah, yes, we will come to that. Our conference happened in such a special time. The Ukraine war has changed the whole world situation. And we, as I said, we don't only have this madman in Europe, we have also a madman in Asia, in China. And China is not like Russia. China is bigger, had more population. We are really, our value and our way of life are challenged. So, many of you have shown your expertise, you have made suggestions, you have made critiques about the Western politics and so on, what we have made wrong, that we didn't realize earlier that could happen, what Putin that he has started with this invasion to Ukraine. And don't tell me that we don't know that. We know that since 2014, since Crimea happened, but the Western countries just closed their eyes. And today we cannot close our eyes to this danger in Asia, China, Taiwan, and so on. So I think, I think maybe you too, through all the inputs and all the inspiration from all the speakers, and very valuable speeches, we learned a lot, but it's never enough. We don't only want to learn more, we want to put all our knowledge into action. So in future, I hope that we can, in a way or the other, that we can work together. That's actually, I should say much more about our conference, but I'm a little bit tired, and I think you have the same feeling as I do. We have learned a lot today, and I think that will keep us together so that we can work together in the future. So Han has already announced that we have prepared a statement of this conference, and we call it Berlin Conference Consensus 2020. And Enver, I have sent it to some of you before the conference, and some of you have received yesterday, some have even received today. Maybe you don't have enough time to read it, but Enver has already made some written suggestions that he wants to add or to change this consensus. But before that happened, I will first ask Ben to read this Berlin Conference Consensus 2022, and we hear his beautiful English. And if you want, you can make suggestions and you want to make some changes. We have a Chinese version, and this is an English version, but not totally identical, because the Chinese version Han has drafted, and there are lots of very beautiful phrases, which actually does not belong to such a kind of paper. So by translation, we drop it. But more or less, the spirit is the same. Okay, Ben, please.
Thank you very much. Well, before I read it, I'm very glad that you've asked me to read the English version, because as I said this morning, my Chinese is 非常非常不好, and my German is wirklich schrecklich. But English should be okay for me. So the Berlin Conference Consensus 2022 reads as follows. The Conference Defending Freedom, Democracy and Human Rights 2022 International Media Symposium on China's Democracy Future was held at the Kudam 101 Hotel, Berlin, Germany, from September the 29th to October the 1st, 2022. It is hosted by Sino Euro Voice and co-organized by the Federation for a Democratic China. The conference adopts the combination of presence and online video form. YouTube will broadcast the meeting live. During the meeting, there are over 60 participants, either in presence or online. They are politicians, scholars, human rights experts, and pro-democracy activists from the United States, the United Kingdom, Germany, France, Taiwan, the Netherlands, India, Japan, Australia, Hong Kong, China, and other countries and regions. After discussion, the participants agreed to adopt the Berlin Conference consensus. Russia's invasion of Ukraine has lasted for half a year, and there is still no sign of the ending. This war shows us again the former Soviet Union's ugly role against humanity. Likewise, the CCP's military aircraft and warships crossed the middle line of the Taiwan Strait and even entered Taiwan's territorial waters. Like the Russian attack against Ukraine, such actions seriously jeopardize the peaceful and democratic environment in Taiwan. The former Cold War threatens to turn into a terrifying real war. With their belligerent ambitions, China and Russia are challenging human civilization and denying the values of freedom, human rights, and democracy. Their aggressive actions undermine the order of world peace and stability since World War II, and seriously violate the Charter of the United Nations, the Declaration of Human Rights, and the two major international human rights conventions. The 21st century is in a turbulent and crisis-ridden situation. It is a confrontation between the US-European Democratic Alliance and the Sino-Russian autocracy, a contest between democracy and autocracy. The world faces a harsh and cruel reality. Defending the values of freedom, democracy, and human rights is the only choice of a modern civilized society. It is everyone's responsibility to protect freedom and democracy and safeguard world peace. This is consistent with the goal of the democracy movement in its effort to build up the constitutional democracy in China. Every Chinese should condemn aggression and oppose the reunification of Taiwan through military forces. The people of Taiwan are nobody's enemies. All people are equal. All nations and regions have the right to enjoy freedom. Conflicts and disputes could be settled with rational means. The world does not accept barbaric aggression and bloody slaughter. People of the world and the Chinese democracy activists love peace, oppose war. This is also the consensus of the people on both sides of the Taiwan Strait. Under the autocratic dictatorship of the CCP, China's human rights issues have been piling up. Human rights persecution in Xinjiang continues. The CCP government prevents religious activities there and continues to preach, harass, and suppress Muslims. The notorious educational camps detain over 1 million Turks. It is a modern concentration camp. In Hong Kong, the national security law overrides Hong Kong's basic law, seriously damaging Hong Kong's free and legal order. One country, two systems does not exist anymore. The repression in Tibet is still severe. Countless Tibetans are arrested, imprisoned, tortured, and even sentenced to death. The Sinicization of the language, culture, and religion in Tibet and southern Mongolia is becoming more and more violent. China has revived the authoritarian dictatorship of Mao Zedong. The 20th National Congress of the Communist Party of China is going to be held in October this year. Xi Jinping will officially introduce the lifelong system of the CCP's dictatorship. Dissident voices are muffled. People are sent to jail because of their opinions. Dissidents, rights defenders, religious figures, etc., are falling into the bottom of society. United we stand. All ethnic groups must unite to fight against tyranny and savagery. With the people in Hong Kong, the Uyghurs in Xinjiang, the Tibetans and southern Mongolians, and the Ukrainians also, we stand together. We support the people of Taiwan to defend against aggression and invasion from China. The global defense of freedom and democracy has begun, and there is still a long way to go. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I think if anyone want to have a discussion, please, or you have suggestion. But Amber, I think you would like to add something or to change something. Would you please You have sent me the text, right? Is that, but just, you have sent me the text.
Yes, exactly. Yes. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. I thought to add a sentence more to the text about the Uyghur Autonomous Region. I will read it to everyone. Human rights persecution in Xinjiang continue. The recent UN report presented a clear assessment on mass arbitrary detention, forced labor, sexual and gender-based violence, birth prevention measures, family separation, and other abuses, which it said, the report said, may constitute international crimes, in particular crimes against humanity. The notorious educational camps detain over 1 million Uyghurs and members of other Turkic peoples. It is a modern concentration camp. Thank you. I would like personally about this region, these texts should be part of our consensus. Thank you very much.
I think this is good. The reason that we didn't write such in details about all the crimes is because that would become very long. Because, for instance, what happened in the Mongolia, what happened in Tibet, such a list. But I'm not against it. If you, if nobody is against it, it's Didi and okay, Mr. Huang.
好，多谢啊。就是我有一个小小的这个修改的建议，中文版的倒数第二段这个中国版看我好专，我建议把这个专制这个词换成这个集权，因为专制它其实本身它是共产党嘛，更明白说中国历史上这个叫什么封建还有这个专制，但是我们为了符合共产党和其他这个非民主政策的一个区别的话，就是我们特别强调这个集权这个。 还包括这个英文版，它也用的是 authority， 我建议把它改成 authority， 这样是比较严谨一些。
totalitarian。
对对对。
I agree with you。Thank you very much。
就是说把专制去掉，
不是改成集权，改成集权，不要用专制。他的意思是说，不要用专制独裁，用集权独裁。
我觉得这个事情还是专制，共产党就是专制，那个有专制集权，还有那个威权，
民主与专制，
还有威权，还有集权，
对，现在不是一个西方社会和欧美的都谈了一个统一的概念，就是民主与专制一个世纪在对决的世纪。既然是美欧方面大家都用这个。 民主制度和专制制度的一个完全的一个对决，完全一个不一样。那我们就暂时用专制也可以，写其他东西的时候用集权也可以。
可是你的这个英文我觉得改得好，不要用 authoritarian， 这个太软太弱了，用 totalitarian。弟弟。
Yeah, in English, so in Chinese it goes from 专制 dictatorship to 集权 which would be totalitarian system. Is that correct? So you change from dictatorship to totalitarian.
The English authoritarian.
Totalitarian. 是的 ，but then the Chinese is from 专制转集权，意思就是差不多是 dictatorship to totalitarian， 一样的，差不多一样。是啊。
因为问题是专制这个概念，它是从80多的300年是中国过去的历史说，中国历史说2000年这个专制还有这个什么？
谁要说？刘伟民。
我想说一下啊，这次会议它主要是针对台湾的那个主要但是好像没写到最近在9月份开始的时候，美国那个对台政策的一个决议 和一个美国对台政策的川普不是
政策，
拜登对他三个是这个要把就美国对台政策这个一定要美国这个。因为不是现在就是说，不是对台政策以前的时候说很模糊的，现在明确了，如果中国打台湾，美国一定是帮台湾的，这就这么简单。还关于在9月初的时候，美国关于一个政策的一个对台政策的一个通过一个政策这个会，这个应该我们开这个会应该把这两条热血很明显的，这表明了整个世界对台湾的问题上越来越明显化。而且最近德国包括很多国家的那个欧洲的那个议员代表团全到那个台湾去访问，这些都是一个外在的一个最现实的这个问题。这个既然是这个对台湾的留着这个把它，不然就还是有点公式化。
Okay, Mr. Liu said it is so important that the United States, America, has again adapt a new Taiwan Policy Act.
Right.
And this is very, very important. And this is so important that the European countries should follow that and should notice it is not only America is leading that. We, European country, the free country, understand that so he suggests that we should add that there are 3 actually American acts in terms to Taiwan, related to Taiwan. We should act it. 刘伟明，你是说所有的3个都要，还是把最新的放进去？
就是说，咱这提到关于美台政策的一个正常化的这个东西，要通过他表决，包括拜登总统3个就是3个记者采访他上问他，中国对台湾一般都是不是？他说是的，这个3个是的，因为美国对台湾的政策现在是明显。
我不要说那个拜登说是不是还是不是是，就是把那个美国那个政策放进去就好了。同意吗？Okay, we will add this.
那我补充一个，就是因为刚才提到这个那个安倍总统他提了台湾有事，日本有事，台湾有事是日美联盟有事，他们有安保条约嘛？
对。
而且呢，安倍还提出了乌克兰战争，安倍提出了有啥呢？希望美国改变战略模，就叫明确，就是安倍公开讲的这个思想。还有一个呢，他希望和共享，这咱倒可以不提了。就是说，因为当日本方面他怕啥呢？到时候呢，这个日本出兵保台湾去了，美国又在那你们加油，我给你武器，是不是？所以呢，美国每次3次拜登发完言语说呢 yes 之后，最后呢，白宫又说美国的一中政策没有变，3次都是这个样。所以我们现在就希望美国应该是要战略模糊。变为战略明确，所以呢，我们就对3次这个拜登的 yes 给予评价，高度评价。
可以写也是美日高层，
就是说他不能说完话不算数啊！你这样的话，国际信誉何在啊？
对，美日高层对台政策明确化，保卫台湾或者是这样的话，这个可以实现，但实际上是可以有效的，但是也不用写得很细。
就是美日高层对台政策的明确化。
对，这就是
OK。
或者战略。
OK。
刚才后边那个，我先no, Didi raised her.
So just I wanted to underline what Enver said. I think that I may have missed it when I read the consensus, but I think to mention the UN report is quite important in there. It is actually the point where something can happen now in the UN. I mean, and this could actually affect quite serious with China. So I think we should absolutely have. The other thing where something Jürgen raised is the language of lifelong system. Should we be more precise in English and just say system of
first I would like to know to whom this Berlin consensus is addressed. Will be distributed to whom?
To the media.
To the media. Okay. One thing, a small thing is if we should take the Ukrainians in, because I haven't seen an Ukrainian here in the room.
Yes, we do.
And if we are well up to speed for the Ukrainians, I think the Berlin consensus shouldn't become a worldwide, action declaration. You have mentioned the Ukraine and the Ukraine war, but this is in the last paragraph. You said, you write in Hong Kong, the Uyghurs, the Tibetans, and Southern Mongolians, and the Ukrainians. I think it's inappropriate to take the Ukrainians in because they are not part of this conflict.
Well, it's just our attitude to support the Ukrainian. It doesn't mean that.
But I mean,
this is one of the reasons. I mean,
don't mind it, but just say that this conference, the Ukrainians were not part of this conference.
But
it's the declaration of this conference.
It's not a part of it, but through this war, it inspired, it wake up, the Western world is awakening because of this war.
I think that the sign of voices that speak can say what it wants, and this Ukrainian situation is so appalling and unusual that people should be more. That's my own personal opinion.
Well, okay, then you can take in the Moldavians, you can take in Georgia, and so okay. I don't mind, but one thing is this is in the second last paragraph. There is a sentence saying Xi Jinping will officially introduce the lifelong system of the CCP's dictatorship. What does that mean?
That English, right?
You mean he will introduce the eternal or the eternity of lifelong, or he wants to be a lifelong dictator?
Yes, we should. This is the language.
We should judge it.
Thank you very much. This is a bad English, but it's from a Chinese.
And finally, should this declaration include some demands for action by government, NGOs, civil society, and so on? I mean, united we stand, but this is not enough if we stand united. But the public, political decision makers have to act. That's what I mean. Thank you.
You are right. We have to. Well, we demand the action not from our conference, but government, NGOs, and so on for action.
EU-wide.
Yeah.
Yeah. EU-wide or
worldwide?
No,
Worldwide.
Worldwide.
Worldwide. Exactly. Worldwide.
Can I make one other suggestion?
Yes, several people want to speak up. No, please wait. 国兴，你先说吧。
这个中文版最后一段，我觉得应该加上两句话，就说有一个简单、明显、地标性的，就是脱口能出的一句话。这个，比如说与这个香港站在一起，与维吾尔站在一起，西藏站在一起，和南蒙古人站在一起。今天我们必须与台湾人站在一起，保卫台湾，这都没问题。一言以蔽之，我觉得就是民主的台湾有事，就是民主世界 好，民主世界有事，就是所有追求民主自由的人，地球人有事，形成我们一个口号性、标志性、地标性的一个大。
好，这
那我们就把
那
那个
你就把写在那个 WhatsApp 里面写给我。
我们是不是又把这个？
你就自己看录音去，我忘了。
我们是不是又把这个安倍还魂了呀？
所以说，这个就是地标性的一种简单。
因为我在这个词之前已经是用了，西藏有事就是我们有事，新疆有事就是我们有事，香港有事就是我们有事，现在台湾有事，他说的就是民主事业就有事。对，挺好。
那个可不可以重复一下？那一言以蔽之先去掉。
对，一言以蔽之，你说。
再说。
民主的台湾有事，
民主台湾有事，
整个民主世界有事，
整个民主世界
就是全球追求民主自由人的有事。
挺好。
台湾有事就是整个民主世界
是民主世界是
就是
追求民主运动的所有人有事。最后一句怎么样？追求民主
就是民主台湾有事，就是整个
我的意思，列日民有事。
需要这样吗？需要这样吗？你这民主台湾
两句话就够了，后面你不要了。
就是整个民主世界
世界有事，
挺
好的就够了，够了，可以。
就因为它不漂亮，它才会
就有漂亮，就有
这个是不难学的，你要考虑老百姓简单一点。
OK， 可以。刚刚说英文的那个。
Sorry, we changed the last sentence in Chinese, and Mr. Wang Guoxin related to the Abe's said, well, if something happened to Taiwan, that means something happened to Japan. Now we use that phrase. If the democratic Taiwan are in trouble, then that means the whole free world is in trouble, something like that. That's his suggestion.
So yeah, I only want to say that I mentioned the Ukrainians when I reported from Taiwan, that Taiwan is supporting Ukraine with medicine, with other goods. I've read that they even sell military drones when I'm right informed to the Ukraine. And it's a very important question. They watch very closely the military events in the Ukraine, and they give humanitarian help. It's really an important question for government, the people in Taiwan, and we could say that we are pleased that Taiwan is supporting the Ukraine. It's reality, even if they are not on this conference.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's your concrete suggestion?
That we say that we are pleased that Taiwan is helping the Ukrainians, solidarity, and
Taiwan is so.
Yeah. Also, it's 10,000 kilometers away. They are very concerned and helping and show solidarity. I think nobody, not everybody knows that.
Okay, I just note this point. Yeah. So Taiwan solidarity. Solidarity. Is it
Humanitarian help.
What is the word for solidarity?
To show solidarity.
To show Taiwan shows solidarity to Ukraine.
As far as I know, they take part on the sanctions too.
Yes, show solidarity. So then we should show solidarity to Taiwan. Oh well. Who else want to speak? Yes, please.
Yes, thank you. First of all, I strongly support what Mr. Jürgen Karl said. As an alliance of civil societies, we should have a strong demand from the democratic decision makers,
Yes.
how they should stand firmly in this matter.
Okay.
This is about him.
Thank you very much. That's
Yes,
good.
that's about him. And about Uyghurs, thank you. You said you don't have anything against it. And I respect and have deep solidarity with Tibet, Mongol, everyone. But the issue with Uyghurs now is actuality. And the UN for the first time released a report. And at least we should be able to mention this report, what it said. It said it is crimes against humanity. That's my point. Thank you.
Well, Madame Bachelet has 10 minutes before 12.
Yes, exactly. At least we have, it is official now. At least it is official. So she did in 10 minutes, 5 minutes before she left. Exactly.
Okay.
Thanks.
Against
Thank
humanity.
you.
Crimes against humanity. Okay.
Should not be. Should not be.
Page,
Korea's educational camp detained over 1 million tourists. 1 million is the S. Yes. 1 million is enough. So do you think it's appropriate to call the Uyghurs Turks?
Shall we say Uyghurs and Turks?
No. Excuse me. Turks is something different. Uyghurs and other Turkic peoples.
Okay.
It is the international literature. Uyghurs and other Turkic peoples. Turkic peoples, not Turks.
And then there is, it is a modern concentration camps. They are not in.
Da wollte ich was dazu sagen.
Exactly.
Yes.
Ja, ich muss es mal in Deutsch sagen, weil jetzt gehen die Wörter in Englisch. Also ich finde es schwierig, dieses Konzentrationslager zu nennen. Zwar aus dem Grund, weil ich denke, es kann schnell kommen, dass jetzt wir auch aus Berlin sagen wollen, dort gibt es auch Konzentrationslager. Also es ist ein bisschen, als wenn wir von unserer Schuld sagen wollen, da gibt es das auch. Ja? Und ich finde wirklich problematisch, also ich weiß nicht, wie es in den Camps ist, jetzt dort bei den Uiguren, ja. Aber ja, also ich finde einfach dieses Educational Camps, und ich finde, man muss nicht noch die Konzentration noch eins drauf. Ja? So.
Ich würde also etwas sagen.
Ja, 是集中营。Herr K.
Ich will auch kein Wort. Ich sehe das Argument, wir sollten vielleicht sofort Konzentrationslager vermeiden, aber Erziehungslager, das liegt auf was ganz Schönes. Nur die Erziehungslager ist was schön. Aber Sie müssen es noch mal das Wort. Ja. Sie können nicht sagen, das ist ein Ferien.
Genau.
Das dürfen Sie nicht. Ist klar. Sie müssen ein neues Wort machen.
Ja.
Aber ich habe keinen.
说什么呢？He has German. He has some problems with the concentration camp because it's associated with the Nazi concentration camp and so on. But yeah, but the thing is, it's nicht stark. Prison is nothing. Well, concentration camp is really very, very strong. It does. Yes.
Ja, Entschuldigung, bitte auf Deutsch möchte ich sprechen, weil die Deutschsprachigen haben dagegen was gesagt. Also, da sagt man, a modern concentration camp.
Right.
And it is a modern concentration camp. the people are not being burned, but they are being vernichtet durch Umerziehung, Sterilisation, Raub, wie heißt das, gegen Frauen, Vergewaltigung und Folter. Und das ist der richtige Begriff. Modern art of concentration. And it has nothing to do with Deutsch. Ich bin deutscher Staatsbürger. Ich respektiere eure Gefühle, aber das hat damit nichts zu tun. Mittlerweile 9 Länder haben das als Genozid bezeichnet. Und UNO sagt, das ist Crimes against Humanity. Das ist Verbrechen gegen die Menschlichkeit. Was da passiert ist. Sie haben gesagt, sie wissen nicht. Da habe ich auch erwähnt, es sind Beweise von Polizeiakten drüben und was da gemacht werden. Und wenn wir noch wissen wollen, die lassen ja keine internationale Beobachter rein, die können gar nicht wissen. Aber die Polizeidokumente dort und die UNO-Bericht sagt, das ist Crimes against Humanity und 9 Länder haben Genozid anerkannt, die angefangen von Amerika, Kanada und England. Und wenn wir jetzt sagen, also das hat mit Deutschland zu tun, mit der Geschichte zu tun, ich sehe das nicht so. Es ist jetzt moderne Genozid. Das ist moderne Konzentrationskampf. Und wenn wir wollen uns gemeinsam tun, etwas als Zivilgesellschaften etwas machen, und das hat mit der Geschichte nichts zu tun. Wir wollen nach vorne schauen und was da geschieht an Politikern und an Medien weitergeben, damit etwas gemacht werden soll.
Also ich kann mit dem Begriff Konzentrationslager hier leben. Ja, ich verstehe.
Danke.
Die Gefahr besteht ja nur, und kurz eben einhaken.
Yes.
Ich kann das auch alles verstehen. Ja. Ich würde das auch. Es geht ja nur um die Gefahr, nicht einen Vorwurf zu handeln, der Relativierung des Holocaust, wenn man diese Begrifflichkeit verwendet.
Man muss auch nicht immer zu ängstlich sein. Ja. Auch bei Konzentrationslager gab es nochmal eine Differenzierung, dass man gesagt hat, als Vernichtungslager oder so. Ich glaube, das auch schon gelesen zu haben.
Das macht es ja nicht wichtiger, auch wenn es so besteht. Ne?
宣布今年10月将举行中共20届全国代表大会，习近平将正式开启中共独裁统治的终身进程。这句话有很多的问题。第一个问题，其实中国的独裁统治呢是老话题，我们以前就是做到他死。那么这个都是一直不可重新他发明的。这句话应该完整的应该是怎么讲呢？习近平将重启中共独立统治主政的恶例，而不是这个例子是恶例。那么就把恶例，因为体系中国党校、中国人民大学没有培养出政治干部系。
明白。
一个10个8个的讲，你们今后全是中共指挥的，这个系是不存在的。恶例这个例子是很坏。
好的。
就是说，这个是重启，而不是开启。
明白了。
啊 ，OK， 就讲。
谢谢。他刚才说这个中文的倒数第2行的习近平将重启中共独裁统治的终身制恶例。
没问题。
Yes.
Just two points. I mean, I agree with many of the points that have already been made. I just wanted to make 2 points. In the paragraph about Xinjiang, I feel that in English, human rights persecution doesn't sound quite right in English, but it also doesn't sound strong enough. I mean, personally, I would say genocide because the US government and several parliaments have, if people are uncomfortable with genocide, I would say atrocity crime or crimes against humanity, exactly. But human rights persecution is too weak. Yeah. And then
do you agree? 就是不要 not use 在新疆的对人权的镇压而用那个种族灭绝 genocide. Is that okay with you? Okay.
And my second point is in the first paragraph of the first page, it's just an issue of tenses because it talks in present tense and future tense, but actually the conference is finished, so we should be talking past tense, I guess.
Okay.
So it might need some changing there in terms of, for example, during the meeting there are over 60 participants, there are politicians, but then it says it will be, YouTube will broadcast the meeting. Okay. So that just needs fixing.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much. This is really important. We should re-edit it in better English. Yes, please.
还有一点就是这个第2段和第5行，这个世界
中文吗？还是
对，这个世界民主联盟国家，先直接把它改成国际社会，因为国际社会吧，它涵盖了更多。
第2段吗？
因为它这个概念的话，我觉得它
在哪里？我不知道你在说的是第2段吗？
第2段的第5行。
1、2、3、4、5。
世界民主国家联盟。
就是世界民主国家联盟的共识，你要改成什么？
改成国际社会，也用这个，因为国际社会还覆盖了更多的国家，不光这个概念，它专门是在西方国家。这样子的话，我觉得涵盖面更广一些，也不要给中共啊、俄罗斯啊，还有一些西方制作派一些这种本身就反对西方国家的这些国家或者是代表，就是落在这口。
是我们这个是有一个特别的想法的，对不对？世界民主联盟这个是一个特别的一个名词。不是泛泛的，
对民主联盟本来就是有这么一个，
但是我知道，就是你如果用国际社会的话，它其实在更多国家，它不光是。
你说就泛泛的改成国际社会共识？
我觉得
这个比较准确一些。我们自己也觉得就是有点
那个太泛泛了，
太泛泛了，太大的范围。因为这个共识现在
国际社会没有共识，我跟你说，那些楼国家都是投老共的票的。
对，所以你自己都没有气度去说这个话，但是民主联盟这个是
这个就是非常清楚
的表达，就尽量。
Okay, is that something 差不多了？我们we will maybe. Ben and Didi help us to edit the final version of the English. I have made notes. Maybe if I miss anything, you will also remind me. And 我们一起还有这个中文的，你们刚刚说的那一些我都记下来，我觉得我都记下来了。但是在我们正式公布之前，我会发给你。各位看一看，你们再说哦，这里还不对什么什么，好不好？
好，
我们可不可以结束了？
好，可以结束了。
很高兴的结束了，然后我们就会。
刚才赵总提供的消息，刚刚呢，我接到中央社，我们这里会议还没结束，中央社的报道，一个非常完整的我们的会议的报道已经登出来了，我就自作主张代表我们的与会的所有的朋友，向中央社、台湾的中央社。感谢他们，向他们致敬。已经登出来全篇，你们手里边的邮件里边都能够收到，我都发给你们了。
不需要致敬吧？就感谢他是媒体，他报道的。
但是他对我们的会议非常支持，这是一个态度。